Hello, the name is Doris, Disco Doris, 009, licensed to chill. Hi Akuma, hi Roz. Sounded okay to you, the music? Okay, it's probably on my end. My Chrome has been playing up something rotten recently. But that's fine. I was like, I don't mind if it's my end. I'm sorry that you're tired and stressed, Roz. My hair colour looks very fiery today. Thank you. It's probably the colour balance on my camera, but hi Snowdrake! Welcome, welcome all. Welcome to Toast Time. How have your weeks been? What's been going on? What's been happening in your lives? Have you had any victories, little victories, medium victories, big victories? I've had a busy week, so I've got plenty to talk about if nobody else does. So sorry for no stream last Sunday, because one of my victories was doing some decluttering. Now, you know that I'm diagnosed ADHD now. One of my bad habits in the past was tidying up by anything I couldn't think of where it needed to go, went into a bag or a box and I hid it. And I was finally in a mental space to go through the bags and the boxes in the bedroom, pulled them all out, pulled everything out of them, went threw things away that I've been hanging on to for years and years, literally years and years. There were some 20-year-old phones and things like that, tech devices. I had a Palm Pilot sitting in my stuff. I don't know how long it is since Palm Pilots were a thing. So when were they launched? 1998. Oh my god. Yeah, so I had a Palm Pilot lurking in my bits and pieces. And yeah, I got them all spread out, got everything done and went a whole load through. You're halfway done with Toothless Body. Oh, did people find the crochet patterns that I linked useful? If people haven't seen in Discord, I found a whole load of completely free crochet patterns with all sorts of pretty little toys and things. So I hope that crochet people found those useful. I've got a list. I wrote myself of things that have been going on this week. It's been that busy. Yeah, I managed to get all that decluttering done. And I visited the recycling centre, took a whole load of cardboard and odds and sods that needed to go. All got thrown out. Pokey and I also went to the people making that we're wanting to buy some bespoke wardrobes from. So we're intending to get built-in wardrobes all the way through our master bedroom. So part of the decluttering is that process. So I want everything done. Have I done my lipstick badly? I'm distracting myself looking at my lipstick thinking it's not done. It's done fine. Apparently it's just not picking up on camera. Looks like to me I haven't got any lipstick there. I actually have got lipstick there. It's weird. Just the way the light's catching it, I think. Oh, beware the ADHD brain that gets completely deflected by something in the middle. Yes, we went to see the people that might be waking our wardrobes. And the decluttering was part of that, so that when we do take everything out of the bedroom ready to have the wardrobes fitted, we're only moving things that need to be moved. There won't be a pile of things that needs throwing away because I hadn't decluttered it beforehand. Also on that note, I have mended my IKEA Alex drawers. I don't know whether anybody else has encountered this, but I've got some nice IKEA Alex drawers, but I'd put my art paper, so my pads of paper, my like watercolor paper, acrylic papers, hi Nia, all that sort of thing in a drawer, and the bottom had bowed, so it had and it was catching on the drawer underneath it. But I found that there's a fix for it, and I bought some little, I don't know where I've put them now, but some little wedges that you wedge in, you pop the bottom back into the drawer, and then you put a wedge underneath it, and then there's a little screw that goes through both the base and the carcass to hold it all in. So I've mended those and put the paper back in. So that's a small thing. I still have a massive amount of decluttering around my office area to do, but one thing at a time. Hi Nia, how are you? Have you had any victories this week you want to share? So following getting the paper put away, I organised my camera equipment. And again, I've had stuff sort of lurking here, there and everywhere, but some of the things that I unearthed when I was doing the bedroom declutter were camera bags. So my camera bags now all have cameras in them, plus their spare batteries, plus their chargers, plus the cables to go with them, plus memory cards. You're all right? Your final exams started this week? Ooh, those are sort of equal parts exciting and equal parts terrifying. So it's terrifying to doing the exams, but it's quite exciting that you're coming to the final bit. So congratulations with that, Nia. Work's been happening. So as in, you know, I've actually been professional. I attended the international meeting that I needed to. Mandalay did her best to sabotage it by jumping on the laptop midway through my meeting. And she locked me out of the laptop. I was still connected to the meeting, so I could hear the meeting, but I couldn't see the meeting because she locked me out of the screen. Actually, I don't know how she managed it, because she managed to change my password. I couldn't get back in. I actually had to contact my work IT department and get them to reset the password entirely to get back in again. Last 2 weeks of school. This week applications for university started, which is quite exciting. Yes, absolutely. Big step forward, Nia. Yeah, so there were somewhat wishes for the cats to sod off somewhat, but that is what it is. I've got something called Project Voldemort, because it's the project that shall not be named, because it's a highly confidential. I've got 2 highly confidential projects. One's medium highly confidential, and one's highly confidential. So I've got 2 Project Voldemorts going on. So I can't talk any more about them because, as I said, confidential. So, but you know, it's keeping me busy. And I went on a walk with Mum on Wednesday. We didn't go swimming on Monday because Monday was when I was at the international meeting. One of those shoot the other person before telling them about it. Pretty much, Snowdrake. Either shoot the other person or I get shot. One of the two. But yeah, they're both. Let's put it this way. I'm having to get enhanced security clearance again. I've had it before, so it's not an issue. But yeah, enhanced security clearance. So just to give you a little idea of what it is. But yes, so 2 Project Voldemorts. You've been doing is walking a lot. You've walked a bit over 40 kilometres just this month, which is pretty cool. Yes, it's an average of 1.5 kilometres a day, isn't it? Which is nice. Actually more than that, because we're only 15 days into this month. So 3 kilometres per day. Nice, very nice. Hi, Kate. Yeah, I'm trying to work out a solution for cats and laptop. I've been doing something which is definitely not an end solution, and that's balancing the laptop on my microphone arm. But yeah, I need to find some solution to cat accessibility. You've walked about 5 kilometres 8 times, 4 times this week and 4 last times. Nice. Very nice. And yes, following the walk with Mum, I videoed the walk with Mum. And when I got home, I cut all of the video together. Those of you that were with me yesterday, how did you enjoy watching me video editing? Because I feel like it would have been much better if I'd been able to capture the display properly. Maybe next time I will move everything around, and because I can capture one display and not the other. So maybe I'll move everything around next time and put everything up the top where I can actually show it off. The bit you saw was good, Kate? 5 kilometres is a nice distance since it takes you about an hour, and that's how long you can walk before you get bored. Yeah, I mean, when I go out walking with Mum, I have to bear in mind that she's in her mid-80s. So we don't walk all that fast. Having said that, I got about 6,000 steps in, so it wasn't like an inconsiderable distance. I'm not quite sure what the distance was, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad distance. You have a monitor on with a laptop platform for your desk? You see, my desk, I do have, on my desk, I have a raised platform that has my monitor stand on it. But I'm unusual in Snowdrake in that I like to have my monitors vertically arranged. So I've got a monitor in front of me, which is the one I'm talking to you. The camera is on top of it. And then I have another monitor above that. So there's a monitor up there. That monitor is what I've got my OBS on normally. And this monitor here, with the camera above it, that's where I've got you. So where I'm reading you at the moment. That's normally where I have a game, or when I was video editing, that's where I had the video editing and all that sort of stuff. You have a cold Starbucks mocha because the bottles were cheap in Tesco's. I'm still sticking on the decaf. I've been drinking decaf tea this month, which is almost another victory. It's a very small victory, but it's another victory. I've had the decaf tea in my cupboard for forever because my sister-in-law drinks decaf. So I know that they both have been there probably 4 years because they stem from before the pandemic. So, whoops. But you know, those tea bags are now being used up, and I have actually been enjoying drinking decaffeinated tea. So that's a thing. You like the editing stream, bit like the knitting streams. It's fun to watch and hear me talk about it with the added bonus of nice flowers. So, talking of such things, would people be interested in me showing the spring flowers video that I did from Wednesday when I went out for a walk and then immediately did the the video editing for. Hi, Dina. You think you'll go now? You had an exam today and you're super tired after it. Okay, get good rest. It was lovely to hear from you, Nia, and good. And I hope that the exams go as well as you hope. I'm sure you've done all the work, and the exams will reflect the work that you've put into them. How has your work been? How has your week been, Dina? How have you had any victories you want to share? Hi, Akuma. Welcome, welcome. I know you don't work, Dina. I did see. I mean, a victory is that wonderful, wonderful bit of art that you posted for us all. You did so well at that. I know that you put a lot of time into it, but good art takes a lot of time. So I think everybody that saw it thought it was absolutely stunning. So well done on that. It's really good. I'm certainly here to celebrate all creativity, and I think you did a marvellous, marvellous job with that. You're really enjoying drawing on the tablet, and you're very happy with that drawing in particular. You should be. You absolutely should be. You know, I mean, I shared my struggles with art with you in the past. You've seen me drawing. I don't think I'm particularly talented either. I'm competent-ish, but much more with analog stuff than with digital stuff. I will have a look at... Oh! That is quite a nice arm. There's one problem. There's one problem with having another arm. And that is I've got 3 arms on my desk already. So I have, oh well, actually I've got 5 if you look at it in total. I've got 2 which are straight up arms, which have my stream lights on them. So I've got a stream light on that corner, I've got a stream light on that corner. I've got another arm behind the monitors, which will take a mobile phone or something if I'm using that as a camera. I have obviously the microphone arm, and I have a lighting arm as well. This is a lighting arm, which also sits. So that's a task light for when I'm doing things like knitting. It illuminates what I'm actually doing, knitting or embroidering or whatever. So the laptop arm looks great. Pro streamer. It's just, I think that it's a good idea. I'm just not sure where I'd put it. So the laptop arm is a great idea. I'm just not sure where I'd put it. You can imagine you have 2 for screens and 1 for the laptop just for work. Yes, exactly. So, you know, the microphone is in use pretty much constantly, because when I'm not streaming, I'm normally in VC or something. So, actually, that's not entirely fair. It's probably used 8 to 10 hours a day, but that's quite a lot of the day. I've even got more arms that are sitting, you know, inside. No, it's a good idea. As I said, I need to think about a solution. And that one's not a bad one. But I need to have a think about it. I mean, really, I need a fence. I need a fence around the desk to stop the cats getting on my desk. I think that might be a better... I think I might put myself in a cage. That might be the answer. I'll have a Doris crate. Yes, Doris playpen. Maybe put some soundproofing on the outside of it so I can sit in my own little bubble. But yeah, it's definitely a thing. I've been playing some Sea of Thieves this week. I've been got right back into it by fate. See if you can easily connect monitors and keyboards between PC and work laptop. You know, I don't think I can do that, Snowdrake. The reason being, the work laptop, I've got no admin rights on it. And it VPN, and it's got all the software on it to VPN to the main servers at work. I don't think they'd want me to be able to, you know, have everything. Pokey suggested something very similar. You know, he suggested having a laptop dock. So I'll have to explore. I'll have to explore that idea. I mean, the laptop's a cute little thing. It's a teeny tiny Dell. Look, there we are. There's my work laptop. It's at the moment sitting in a work backpack as well. But yeah, it's because of the whole software thing. Anything that would require a bit of software to... I'm not allowed to install anything. You remember the super secret squirrel stuff? That's the reason. Because there's a lot of security involved around that sort of thing. And they're not very keen on being able to do stuff. You have a laptop dock and it works pretty well for you. Yours needed adapters for the monitor. Yeah, I mean, if I can get switches and stuff that can keep them both apart, that would be fine. Laptop dock shouldn't be a problem for security. Most work without any extra software. I'll have to have a look and see whether I can find the Dell laptop dock. I don't know how much they cost or anything like that at the moment. But yes, it would be very helpful. I mean, the cats will still try and walk on my keyboard, won't they? Because they're like that. Well, about £300 for the looks of things for a dock. Just looking it up as we speak. You've got a new set of yarn arriving. A project to finish by Mother's Day. You'd be late in the UK, Roz. Our Mother's Day was last Sunday. You should look into a laptop dock for your mum again. She's had a second monitor at home for a while, but the laptop only supports one monitor. Honestly, I did wonder about just getting a laptop riser. Do you know the sort of thing I mean? The riser stands. So something like let me copy that and put the address in chat. It's a very long address, I'm sorry. I mean a pack of 100 A4 papers. I don't. The reason I don't mean a pack of 104 A4 papers is because I actually had it on a stack of books and they walked straight on it. But I think if they can't see it being, you know, a block, the riser would actually work for both of us a little bit better. I can then put my main keyboard underneath it as well. So I could have my main keyboard for my actual computer and the laptop above it. And I think that might work. Then they can walk on the bottom of the keyboard and not the top keyboard. But, you know, there are these things. I assume that nobody wanted to see the video because there was no assent on that front. You just bow high, Pokey. You've got to get back to work. Okay, Roz. Hope it goes okay. Also, Kate says he's fairly tired today, so we're probably not going to do the co-op puzzling today. Because we were a little bit disastrous last week with Kate being tired. Brain was not braining, which is fine. You once tried to explain to someone that having the monitor completely on the lowest setting and on top of a pack of paper was redundant. No success. Yeah, the coffee hasn't worked. Yes. Yeah, we shouldn't rely on caffeine to make you less sleepy. I think I might inflict the video on you anyway. You just booked your train tickets for summer vacation in France. That sounds good. Well, where are you thinking about going in France? Snowdrake? Yeah. Not sure I know here. Close to Toulon and Marseille. Oh, okay, right down in the south of France there then. Nice. Marseille isn't very nice. Well, Marseille's one of those towns that there are select small parts that are nice, and then there are quite a lot of big dodgy areas. I suspect that Kate's talking about more co-op puzzle games, Akuma. So shall I inflict my video on you? Because I'm quite proud of having got home and actually put it on. You know, got it done all in one go. Yes. Let me flick that off and go to this screen. And let me pause this. And let me, oops, whoops. Let's try that again. There we go. I need to shut down some of these Chrome windows. I've got way too many of them open right now. And as I said, my Chrome has been being a bit dodgy recently, so I don't want that happening. So these are all primroses. I'm busy writing a script for this. When I've actually got the script recorded, I will probably upload it to YouTube. So this is National Trust property called Cliveden. And we went to see the spring flowers. So there are lots of daffodil plants. Unfortunately, not as many daffodil flowers. It was a bit grey and blustery, but it wasn't too chilly. So Cliveden House is owned by the National Trust, but it used to be, well, I mean, it's been owned by several dukes in the past, but most recently it was a party house owned by Waldorf Astor and his wife Nancy, and they partied hard in this area. So the areas I'm walking around have been walked around by really diverse people, lots of politicians, diplomats. I believe Gandhi was invited here as well. But yeah, it was a place where they would invite lots and lots of different people to come and... I mean, I think one of the dukes who owned it, that one's George Sutherland, but the duke that owned it before... the Duke of Sutherland, second Duke of Sutherland, bought it for his mistress. So it's got quite the history, the house. The house is now a really luxury hotel. It's leased from the National Trust to be a hotel. It's right up on the top of a chalk cliff, which is how it got its name. Cliff Dean has become Cliveden over the time. Those are wild primroses. I think they're really pretty. I think they're one of the prettiest. These are white violets. But I think when I do the voiceover, I'll talk about the various dukes and goings on at the house. But yeah, we actually went just for a walk to have a look. There's Mother having a walk in front of me. These are Scilla siberica, or Siberian squill. They're lovely blue flowers. Ironically, not from Siberia at all. They're from Southwest Russia. They're native to Southwest Russia. Daffodils, on the other hand, there are like 20 varieties planted up here, but we do actually have native species of daffodils, so they do quite well here. But yeah, it was quite a grey, windy day, as you can see by how much some of the plants are moving. But yeah, you can just about see the house, call it a house, in the background. It's huge. It's absolutely flipping massive. And this... the Octagon Temple, it has got a name and I can't think of what it is, was made into a chapel by the Astors, but previous to that it was built as a tea room. It's built as a place to sip and take tea and admire the view, because I'm just standing beside that octagonal building now, looking out at the view. You can see for miles, absolutely miles. The water you can see at the bottom in places, like just there, that's the River Thames. We're on the bank of the River Thames. So the River Thames comes up through London, and it's still tidal when it comes through London, as far as a place called Teddington Lock. And then above Teddington Lock, it continues inland a long, long way, fresh water. And it winds through the counties up through Oxford. I'm not sure how far it goes after Oxford, to be perfectly honest. The navigation finishes at Oxford, so you can drive boats on it all the way from Oxford to the North Sea. But above Oxford, it's no longer big enough to boat on. But yes. Just a quiet little residence, but all the big terraces and everything. It was totally built as a place to entertain. It is a party house. It was always a party house, going right back. It's relatively easily within reach of London, and it's definitely within easy reach of Windsor as well. So the people that owned it before, the Astors, that actually built the current house, was George Sutherland and his wife Harriet. And they bought it I think in something like 1849. And the house that was there burned down in the November of that year. How unlucky. But they rebuilt, and they rebuilt with something like 3 years. But Harriet was a great friend of Queen Victoria, and that was why they bought it, so that they were in very close contact with Queen Victoria when they were, socialising. And yes, the parties here caused a downfall of one of the UK governments in the 1960s because it was that much of a party house. John Profumo struck up a relationship with some party girl who was invited to spice up the parties, and she was also seeing a Russian attaché, and it caused a huge scandal. This oak was a really, really old oak. It fell over in 2004, unfortunately, and they've kept it there. But it was thought to be about 600 years old when it unfortunately breathed its last. It's named for a UK Prime Minister who had been the shortest serving before the infamous Liz Truss debacle. He only served for something like 117 days. I can't remember the name of this either, this pavilion, but that was also a place to just sort of sit and have dinners and stuff. So this is the Long Garden. This was put in by the Astors, and you can't see the statuary. You can see these wonderful, wonderful topiary, but the flower urns. Can you see all the sort of green hats? That's on the statuary around here, because William Astor actually collected statues, and some of them are Roman, some of them are Egyptian. They're 1,000-year-old statues here. Hi, Triple D. Yes, the oak that was showing in the video. So yeah, they've been wrapped up for winter to look after them, because obviously they're in much colder climes here than where they were designed for. So that was the 8.5-minute video that I cut together after we went out for a walk on Wednesday. What do people think? Because I was fairly pleased with my Sorry about that. I moved screens and it switched me off. Never mind. So I feel like I'm getting there with my video editing. Obviously I'm still very rough, and my camera work definitely leaves a lot to be desired, but hopefully. I spent a few. Get your paws off the keyboard. Good grief. He's a menace. He's a real menace. You know what I did do? Shut down the music site I was using as well. I was using Upbeat Mood and just the instrumentals, and we'll put that one on. There we go. Now I've got to backspace all the stuff that Kaya typed into chat whilst I was trying to remove his paws from my keyboard. So it's been quite a busy week. Just press enter. You did not need to see that gibberish. A lot of it was a space bar. A lot of it was a space bar. So has anybody else got any victories from this week they want to share with us? Did you manage to have your time off after the madness of last week, Snowdrake? It looks good and you love the extra info about the place. Thank you, Snowdrake. You liked what you caught of it, Triple D. Kate thinks it's nice work. Yeah, I mean, I'm learning. It was so yesterday's the Chelsea Flower Show was so different to what I did originally. I'm embarrassed by the original one, but you know. Hi, Akuma. Oh, I said hi, Akuma. You did have to work on Tuesday? No, so you didn't actually end up... Oh, you didn't have to work. Okay. I was like, oh, God, you know, you said you were going to get Tuesday off because you had stuff you had to do on Monday. But you did have Tuesday off. Good. I'm glad to hear it. And the rest of the week was normal. That's good too. Akuma was just saying hello to Triple D. Indeed. So I've got lots of video projects to work on in future. Your cat made a face, then shook her head after smelling your foot. Oh no. Might be time to wash your socks, Triple D. Agreed. Yeah. It's all a thing. But yeah, I'm quietly confident I'll be able to get better video when I go on my trip around the Eastern Mediterranean. So I don't know how many of you remembered, but it's coming up. It's only 4 weeks away now that I will be off on holiday. So you will be missing 3 weeks of Doris, I think. 3 weeks? 2 weeks definitely. So I leave on the Thursday. No, it will be 3 weeks. So I leave on the Thursday. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's one lot. And I don't return until... So the next weekend I'll still be out, and the following weekend I'll still be out. I don't get home till the Sunday evening.
You have come far in your journey and learned much. You have served our cause with the truest faith. Therefore I name you blessed and beloved.
I don't know why I've got the echo, but thank you so much, Snowdrake. Thank you for resubscribing for 13 months in a row. It's very much appreciated. You like that echo? It works. I'm not sure I do, but... yeah, so I'm going to try and get some better filming at the sites I'm going to, because it's a really great itinerary. Let's see if I can bring up my itinerary. I've just got to try and remember how to log in. Who is it we're going with? Try and remember the name of the cruise company now. It's Viking. My Viking Journey. That's the one I want. Log in. So I know I've said this before, so my apologies for those of you. You're getting some food? Okay, Snowdrake. So we're flying out to Istanbul, and Istanbul we are going to have a tour of the Blue Mosque and the cistern, I think. So there's a massive water cistern underneath the ground, which is quite an architectural marvel, I think. And we're in Istanbul on the day 3 as well, and we have a cruise on the Bosporus that day, so we'll be on a smaller boat. And then day 5, so we set sail from Istanbul on day 4 effectively. And day 5 we are going to Çanakkale, which allows us to visit Troy. So we are going to Çanakkale and Troy, and I shall read you the description of the excursion that we are booked on. Explore legendary Troy with an expert guide. Once a thriving ancient city of Asia Minor, today's archaeological site of Troy shows evidence that as many as 9 cities existed on this spot over millennia. But it is most remembered as the setting of the Trojan War, described by Homer in the Iliad. Troy saw its peak as part of the Roman Empire under Augustus, but lost its sway as Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire rose to prominence. You'll meet your guide and drive into Anatolia to view this incredibly preserved city, hear the story of Helen of Troy, and see the walls that were besieged during the famous war. As you explore, your guide will bring a rich history to life. Later, return to Çanakkale for an orientation tour and time to explore on your own before returning to your ship. So that's our first off the ship thing. Day 6, we go to Kushadasi and Ephesus, and our shore excursion of ancient Ephesus. The description is: explore one of the best preserved cities of antiquity in the world as you walk the length of ancient Quirites Street. Stroll from Ephesus's upper gate to its lower gate. Join your guide on a scenic drive through the stunning countryside of Selçuk to the Magnesian Gate, the ancient city entrance at the top of Quirites Street. Then follow a gently descending route through one of the Roman Empire's most powerful outposts. Navigate some steps along the way, passing passing the finely crafted 2nd century Temple of Hadrian and the spectacular Great Theatre, able to host 25,000 spectators. Marvel at the most recognisable building in the city, the Library of Celsus, built to house 12,000 scrolls. Its colonnaded facade is an outstanding example of a typical Roman public building. You will have free time to browse the craft stalls at the lower gate before returning to your ship. That's day 6. You read a thing the other week about the name Iliad. Apparently it just means the story of Troy, so the Iliad could just as easily be called Troy Story. I might pinch that for a title of the video. I might try and do a day video called Troy Story. That would be quite fun. So, day 7, we are going to Rhodes, the Greek island. And the blurb for our do I see Helena as Buzz or Woody? I don't think either. I mean, wouldn't Buzz or Woody be Paris and Agamemnon? I can't remember the name of Woody's girlfriend. Bo Peep, that's right. So I think Bo Peep would be more in the Helena cast, not just because of the genders, just because of the whole sort of dynamic of the thing. So Rhodes. Get an excellent overview of the old town of Rhodes, Europe's largest active medieval town. You will enjoy a walking tour of this UNESCO World Heritage Site. Meet your guide at our berth and walk the short distance to the city walls, passing through the imposing gate to explore the atmospheric cobblestone streets. First, head to the Street of the Knights, a narrow byway with medieval structures rising on either side. You will pass colourful shops and the 15th century Hospital of the Knights, now home to a splendid archaeological museum. This historic lane ends at the most colossal building of medieval Rhodes, the Palace of the Grand Masters. Built in the 14th century, it will astonish you with its crenellated walls, massive towers and unmistakable medieval aura. Afterward, you will return to your awaiting ship. So then that's Rhodes. Following day, we're off to Crete. Jessie from Toy Story 2? Maybe. I don't know. So, Mum's going one place, I'm going to another. I am going to the Palace of Knossos. Oh, actually, no, I think Mum's coming with me, thinking of it. So, we are explore the labyrinthine corridors of King Minos' court and highlights of the Venetian-flavoured Cretan capital. You will drive with your guide to the Palace of Knossos, where an interesting walking tour reveals what remains of this once sprawling building. This is the fabled palace where Minos' wife Pasiphae gave birth to the Minotaur, half bull and half man, and where Theseus of myth destroyed the beast. This site was uncovered in 1893 and took 35 years to excavate. You'll view the throne room, a chamber located in the heart of the palace complex that was built for ceremonial purposes during the 15th century BC. Large and small pitharia or storage jars are sprinkled throughout, providing insight into the artistry of the day. Then return to Heracleon's old town for a walk past its most compelling sights. You will have time to explore on your own before returning to your ship. So that's Crete. Next day, we're off to Athens. You're assuming that the Iliad was written after the Odyssey? No, the Iliad comes before the Odyssey. The Odyssey is the story of Odysseus coming home from the Trojan War. So the Odyssey is all about what happened after the Trojan War, because Odysseus got lost on the way home and took 10 years to get back. I mean, it puts me into, you know, I get a bit lost in video games. Odysseus got so lost that something that should have taken 3 days by ship turned into 10 years. So that was a thing. How he managed that's beyond you. Yeah, it was definitely a thing. So Athens is where Mum and I are doing different things. Mum is doing a coach tour around Athens and then going to the Archaeological Museum. But I am going to Delphi. So my tour says visit Mount Parnassus and Delphi, where ancient leaders sought advice and prophecies changed the course of nations. The mythical oracle is gone, but the city is a magnificent treasure. Drive with your guide to the foothills of Mount Parnassus, where the ancient city clings to a scenic slope. Walk up the sacred way to the Temple of Apollo, where the oracle dispensed her advice. Continue uphill to the theatre, dating from the 4th century BC, from the top row seats, taking stunning views of the Stadium of Delphi and the partially restored Tholos within the sanctuary of Athena Pronea. You may also hike up to the ancient stadium, the best preserved of its kind in Greece. Visit the excellent Delphi Archaeological Museum to view fine examples of votive offerings and statues, including the astonishing life-size charioteer of Delphi. Enjoy lunch and free time in Delphi before returning to your ship. So that's a long day. The mythical oracle is gone only until I arrive there. You imagine going to work after going on a vacation and telling your boss, sorry about being 10 years late, took a wrong turn on the way home. So I think I'm trying to paraphrase, because it's been a while since I last read the Odyssey. I've got both the Odyssey and the Iliad. I've got the Robert Graves translations of both. But I think what happened was Odysseus upset one of the gods, who decided that they were going to conspire to make sure his ship didn't get home. Hi, Snow! Boop your snoot! Boop your snoot! And then we have a day of rest, which I've actually got a massage booked for. So that'll be nice. The day after that, we are off to Olympia. So I think the port that we are stopping at is called Katakolon. But the excursion out to Olympia, step back in time to the first Olympic Games on an excursion to the magnificent setting in which they began. Drive with your guide into the breathtaking fertile valleys of the western Peloponnese, passing olive groves, vineyards and orchards. On a spectacular mountain plain in the shadow of Mount Kronos, walk among the remains of the first Olympic Park, established in 776 BC. See the Temple of Zeus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world and once home to a gold and ivory statue of the Greek god. Admire the Temple of Hera and circular Philippeion Temple. Marvel at the stadium, the largest of its day, with a capacity of 45,000 spectators. Afterward, enjoy free time to explore more. You may choose to visit the Olympia Archaeological Museum and its remarkable collection, including the stone head of Hera, or explore modern Olympia on your own before returning to your ship. Then the day after that, we're in Corfu. And we are doing the panoramic Corfu and Old Town walking tour. Taking highlights of Corfu on a relaxing drive and a short walking tour of the Old Town. With a local guide, you will drive out to Canoni, a wonderful vantage point for photos of tiny Ponte Canisi Island or Mouse Island and the Vlacherna Monastery. Past the archaeological site of Paliopolis and the gates of the late Georgian Monrepos Villa, once a residence of the Greek royal family and the birthplace of Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, deceased. Past Garitza Bay, you will reach Corfu's Old Town. Enjoy a guided stroll down the famous Esplanade, one of Europe's largest public squares, elegant Liston Promenade, once reserved for aristocracy, the Old Fortress, Durrell Gardens, and the Palace of St Michael and St George, former residence of the British High Commissioner. So that's Corfu. The following day, we are in Kotor in Montenegro. I've never been to Montenegro, so I'm quite excited about going to Kotor. I've been to Corfu before. I haven't been to any of the previous places before. So I've been to Turkey, I've been to Greece, but I haven't been to any of the specific places we're going other than Corfu. Kotor, Montenegro, but you know, Montenegro's a new country. I've not been to Montenegro as a country before. And we are doing the walking tour of Kotor, which says, discover the charms of this medieval city, a UNESCO World Heritage Site nestled beneath limestone cliffs and a bay. From your ship, take the short walk with your guide to Kotor's network of cobblestone streets. In the main square, you can admire the Venetian walls that surround the city. Constructed in 1420, they have been reinforced through the centuries and stand well preserved today. You will also visit the 12th century Romanesque Cathedral of St Tryphon, a remarkable repository of 14th century frescoes and valuable artefacts. Over the centuries, the building has suffered earthquake damage, as evidenced by its mismatched towers, one of which was rebuilt with meagre funds after a tremor. And the Maritime Museum, set in a lovely historic building, browse an engaging exhibit depicting the seafaring heritage of Kotor. At your tour's end, return to your awaiting ship. So that sounds quite fun. So looking forward to that. Next 2 days are places I've been before. So the 14th we are going to Dubrovnik. I'm staying with Mum in Dubrovnik and doing the Dubrovnik walking tour, which is see Dubrovnik, one of the city's most beautifully preserved medieval cities, on this rewarding walking excursion. George Bernard Shaw famously called it paradise on earth, and you will see why during a visit to the Old Town district. Meet your guide and transfer by motor coach to the heart of the city. Witness its beauty up close as you enter the cobblestoned Old Town on foot through the historic Pile Gate. Follow the Stradon, the marbled main pedestrian way that beams from centuries of footsteps to the Dominican monastery, where you can view a fine collection of Renaissance paintings. You will also pass the Sponza Palace, the Church of St Blaise and 15th century Onofrio's fountain. After your tour, enjoy free time to explore more on your own before returning to your awaiting ship. Now, when I was in Dubrovnik last, it was on work, and I actually went to a reception in the Sponza Palace. So I've seen the inside of the Sponza Palace. It's not normally open to the public, by the way. Day 15, we are going to Split in Croatia. Split I've been to many times before. And Mum is doing the walking tour of Split. And I am buggering off to go to the Meštrović Gallery and the Diocletian Palace. So I am going to discover the works of sculptor Ivan Meštrović and visiting the Grand Diocletian Palace. We're embarking on a scenic drive to the Meštrović Gallery, set in stunning surroundings with its beautiful gardens overlooking neighbouring islands. This magnificent marble villa pays tribute to Croatia's famous sculptor, who grew from humble beginnings as a stonecutter's apprentice to become one of the 20th century's most acclaimed artists. Continue to the Diocletian Palace, a spectacular Roman palace built by Emperor Diocletian at the turn of the 4th century. A UNESCO World Heritage Site, is one of the world's most impressive Roman monuments. After a guided exploration, head to the Cathedral of St Dominius, built on the remains of an ancient shrine. The cathedral was named after the patron saint of the city. After your tour, you will return to your ship. I went to Split with Pokey. We didn't go in the cathedral because I didn't have anything covering my arms, so I wasn't allowed in. Day 16, Friday the 26th, we fetch up in Venice. And this is the day Mum and I are really pushing the boat out. We are doing Venice by foot and gondola. So we transfer by boat to Santa Lucia, then follow our knowledgeable guide on a journey through the streets of this renowned UNESCO World Heritage Site. View the fine collection of works by Tintoretto at the Scuola Grande di San Rocca, then pass by the 13th century Gothic-style Basilica of Santa Maria Gloriosa dei Frari at Campo dei Frari. Explore lively Rialto and its colourful canal-side markets and enjoy a typical Venetian aperitif. Afterwards, board your gondola for a scenic boat ride through the city's romantic small canals, passing under small bridges and by ancient buildings. Cap your tour in picturesque St Mark's Square, where you will have an opportunity to admire its famed basilica, the Campanile, and the Doge's Palace before returning by boat to your ship. Venice is beautiful. You still wish you could have seen it in daylight. Not just in the middle of the night. I've not been to Venice either. I mean, that was one of the reasons that Mum and I are taking this particular trip. A, we are both culture vultures, so we really love the idea of doing all the historical attractions. Pokey would loathe it. Pokey likes just lying in the sun. But I like going places. I mean, the ADHD go brrr and having a wonderful time. So learning all the things, seeing all the things. You, son. Pokey likes just lying in the sun, Snow, which is fine. But, you know, I like being up and doing, and Mum likes being up and doing. And what happened was, Mum and I were talking about the Greek islands and how neither of us had been to Crete or Rhodes. And we both fancied going to Crete and Rhodes. Mum hasn't been to Dubrovnik before. I'd been to Dubrovnik, but Mum hasn't been to Dubrovnik before. She fancied Dubrovnik. And we found this cruise that takes in all of them. Oh no, Dina. Bus driver had a crash. So you ended up 7 hours in a parking lot without a shadow. Oh no. Oh dear, that sounds like a bit of a disastrous day. I'm so sorry. But Mum was like, let's do the gondola thing. And I was like, yeah, let's do the gondola thing. Because last time she went to Venice, my dad was too tight to pay for a gondola ride. Then Mum and I are like, no, we're going to do it. We're going to do the gondola ride. But then I was like, oh, but this is a better excursion. This one goes... it isn't just the gondola ride. It's also got the walking around all the other areas as well. I will love seeing the Tintorettos. I love art. Really love art. Again, I can quite happily lose myself in a gallery for a few hours. As you know from my Barcelona walking around all the stuff there. Art is awesome, yes. I would drive Pokey mad. If Pokey had been with me, we probably would have spent an hour in there instead of the 5 hours I spent time in there instead. So I'm really, really looking forward to it. And then we fly back on the Saturday, I think. one of your driving lessons where you had to change the tyre in the pouring rain after taking a 2-hour detour because of construction work. Oh my word. The day trip to Verona was really nice. The list of places sounds amazing. 10 years is a bit much, but maybe a wrong turn and an extra 2 months to explore more could be in order. I would love to do that, Snowdrake, but would you really want me to be gone for 3 months? I am looking forward to spending that 17 days in the Eastern Mediterranean. And yes, I have every intention. When I said I like the Tintorettos, you were thinking I enjoy watching ladies in bikinis getting a suntan too. Do you know who Tintoretto was, Pokey? Pokey is not as ignorant of art as he would like to portray. Although he has spelt Tintoretto wrong, so I'm not entirely sure. Because although he's famous for Venice, I think he did do quite a number of other works in other major cities. The place is focusing on Greek mythology. Yeah. I mean, obviously a lot of it is embroidered, like the Minotaur and the gods' involvement in the Trojan War. But the interesting thing about, you know, Minos definitely existed. It's pretty realistic that Troy existed. There was probably a Trojan War. That's probably absolutely real. Whether it's exactly how it was portrayed in the stories is a completely different matter. But they're mythology that's based on a history of Greece. So, I mean, the Delphic Oracle definitely existed as well. The Oracle at Delphi would be something you'd be super interested in? Absolutely. You know exactly nothing about Tintoretto's work? Oh, interesting. I think that you've probably seen some of them. I'm not sure. But he's definitely a sort of a Renaissance Venetian painter. This is 16th century. Tintoretto is 16th century, so we're looking at that sort of time. So he's very much a dramatic painter, and I'm looking forward to seeing the sort of originals, because my experience with some of that particular era of painting through the 15th century to the 17th century is that the reproductions don't really give you the best view of the paintings, because often these things are done with giving you a real feeling of light that you don't get in reality. You believe you're ignorant about art because you know more than you think, but you like very little of it, which you think is a better definition of ignorant than not just knowing it. I would... But yeah, so... when I went to Rome, I got an opportunity to see a lot of artwork. And the thing that really blew my mind was the Caravaggios. I'd seen Caravaggio's duplicated before, you know, so I'd seen the images before. There's some wonderful ones. The most commonly used picture of Medusa is one of Caravaggio. But when you see the Caravaggio religious paintings that are actually in the churches, you know, they're on the walls, in the places that they were designed to go, you can see just how well he used the light, and they were amazing. I'd not been particularly excited by Caravaggio before. When I saw the originals in the right place, mind completely blown. Wasn't Caravaggio too tatty to be a Ninja Turtle? Caravaggio was a bad man. Incredible artist, bad man. I mean, he had a heck of a life. Funnily enough, his name was actually Michelangelo, whereas Michelangelo's name wasn't Michelangelo, but he was Angelo Merigi, or a Merigi de Caravaggio, but he's known as Caravaggio. But he killed somebody, so he had a death sentence for murder in Milan, so he had to run away to Naples. And then he had to run away from Naples because he also had an issue. So he went off to Malta. And then he went to Sicily because he was still on the run. But once he got to Sicily, he managed to persuade the Pope to give him a pardon for the murder sentence. So then he got to go back to Naples. But then he got into another duel and ended up with his face cut up. He died early, so he was, let me work it out, I think he was 39 when he died. But yeah, absolutely mad as March hare. He was violent, he had a terrible temper, yeah, so he's a terrible man, terrible man. But some of the artwork is extraordinary. I think many of you would know the Medusa picture. Let me bring up the Medusa picture for you. How am I going to do this? Let me go to OBS. Display capture. Don't want display capture, I want window capture. There we are. So that's the picture of Medusa that I think you'd know. Hi, Ghostly. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope that the vet is not a problem. You've seen that before. Yeah, I mean, Caravaggio is well known. That's the Wikipedia picture. This is another Caravaggio. The lute player. So these are all Caravaggio pictures. That one's not so, not so, that's a self-portrait. You can actually see the scar down the side of his eye there. You studied him a bit in your art classes, Akuma. I hope nothing's terribly wrong with the doggy. You can say I've seen this before to so many commonly known art pieces. Could you tell you who painted them? Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. Actually, there are more. Shall I show you more? Let's show you some more. So this is a picture of Narcissus. Narcissus falls in love with own reflection. Calling of St. Matthew. This one's pretty unpleasant. It's Judith beheading Holofernes, So there was a lot going on. He was quite prolific. I mean, that is definitely an interesting cherub. So yeah, Caravaggio, he's interesting. Or I think he's interesting anyway. You can tell Van Gogh apart and some of Monet, and that's basically it. Yeah, I mean, I try not to be too pretentious about it, but I'm very interested in all sorts of art. Pokey and I tend to watch Sky Art's programme, Portrait Artist of the Year and Landscape Artist of the Year, and we enjoy debating, the various artworks that are produced during that. We often differ on it because we have different tastes. But yeah, I do enjoy art of all sorts of things, and I can spend hours in galleries. But as I said, not everybody can spend hours in galleries, and neither should you if you're not interested. I have this problem with lots of things, in that I really enjoy a lot of things that are regarded as quite pretentious. I like opera, I like ballet, I like classical art, I like modern art. And I always feel very slightly guilty about these things because they always seem like the sort of things that people pontificate about them. I am genuinely interested. I genuinely do love them. But they are the sort of things that can be... It's refreshing to see an English-speaking person pronounce Van Gogh correctly. Well, it's not quite correctly, but it's as close as I can get. I want to go visit the Louvre at some point as well, Dina. All the galleries you went to on school trips were just weird ones. You watched the BBC Behind the Scenes at the museum last night, episode 1 at the V&A. Very interesting. Oh, Ghostly. I watched something else this week. Interior Design Masters, which is all about... It's a bit like Bake Off or something like that. It's looking for members of the public to become interior designers. And it's fronted by a comedian called Alan Carr and a lady called Michelle O'Gunderhin. And Michelle was editor of Elle Decoration for many years. She's a trained architect and was in my class at school. She was in my high school class, so I know Michelle very well. And she's also a trustee of the V&A. But yeah, V&A, one of the stage costumes from a member of Slade. Is that a rerun, Ghostly? I feel like I've seen that before. And I'm just trying to think of it's Dave. It's not Noddy Holder's costume. It's a guitarist, and I can't remember David's surname. We need to plan a trip to the Louvre then. You've had it on the list for a while as well. You reckon we should have a meet-up at the Louvre? Snowdrake? I mean, that would be quite fun, I have to be perfectly honest. Dave Hill, that's the one. I think it was Dave Hill's stage costumes that he donated to the Victoria and Albert. If you're doing a group trip to Paris, you're bringing your mum. She also wants to see the Louvre. I mean, no reason that we can't. I'm now looking up the secrets of the museum. When was it made? Oh, it's got various series of it, I think. But yes, I love the Victoria and Albert Museum. The Victoria and Albert Museum was what sparked my love of the work of a grass artist called Dale Chihuly. I don't know whether anybody else knows the work of Dale Chihuly. Oh, it was a Red Lyric suit from Jim Layer. Okay. You can imagine if you went to the Louvre, you'd skip the Mona Lisa queue. I think that too many people... It's a bit like I went to Vatican City and I went through the Vatican Museum because the Vatican Museum is incredible. And loads of people just charged past incredible works of art just to get to the Sistine Chapel. And I probably spent 6 or 7 hours looking at the rest of the museum and maybe only half an hour in the Sistine Chapel. I mean, I'm not saying the Sistine Chapel isn't amazing, because it bloody well is, but there was so much else on that trip, like the bedrooms all decorated for one of the popes by Raphael. Who was the sculpture? There were Rodin sculptures. There were so many amazing things in the Vatican Museum that people were just charging past in order to see just the Sistine Chapel. I thought it was sad. You got kicked out of the Vatican Museum, Snowdrake. Like, I spent all day in the Vatican Museum. This is what I was saying about I can spend hours. We queued up to get in there first thing in the morning, and we were sort of kicked out, but we were only kicked out because actually it was closing. I think I was in there for 8 hours in total. Like, I was in there literally all day. You've not been in the Vatican Museum? Honestly, I'm not a believer of any description, Dina, but it's well worth it. The Pope's collected some amazing bits of art. There's all sorts of things in there. There's an Egyptian area. I mean, the Vatican Museum is, I would say it's bigger than the British Museum. It was filmed in 2021. They're rerunning it. Yeah, 5 miles of corridors. It's a huge place, and it's basically the personal collection of all the popes and things as you go through. So, oh, definitely. Rome is one of the places that I fully intend to go back to at some point. I want to go to Rome and spend probably a couple of weeks in Rome, because I didn't get to see get to see many of the things I wanted to see in Rome, and some of the things I did see I would quite happily go back to. things I did see were the Colosseum. I did see the Vatican Museum. And I did see one of the churches. The bad thing was I was there when they were changing over popes. In fact, we left Rome for a day and went to one of the nearby lakes on the day he was actually being sworn in, because Rome was so busy. I went in April. It shouldn't have been an issue. I'm just trying to think. I think John Paul had died, so it was... So who was it? Was it Pope Benedict? Might have been Pope Benedict being sworn in. So I think that's right. I think it was 2005, and I think it was Pope Benedict the 16th being sworn in. So yeah, that was a bit of an issue. Which was the museum they visited at the end of the Doctor Who episode, Vincent? You'd go there like you enjoyed visiting Tregear. Wasn't it the museum in Amsterdam? The Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam, Pokey? I think that's where they were, but I could be wrong. Your dad had a pocket knife on his belt, so they kicked you out. They were very nice about it. You planned on seeing the cathedral too, so they escorted you through some black ways into the cathedral. You see, I didn't get to see the cathedral because it was all shut up for the Pope problems. So that's another thing I'd love to see. But yeah, Rome was absolutely heaving when I was there because of it'd been arranged for about a year, long before John Paul fell ill and died. So, but yeah, so 24th of April, I was definitely there. So he had the inauguration mass in St. Peter's Square. So yeah, didn't go to St. Peter's at all. So I'd love to see St. Peter's. But there's so much to see in Rome. Just so much to see in Rome. I would love to go back. Oh, the Van Gogh was Paris. Okay. It was a very nice cathedral, but still a cathedral. The interesting thing is there are a number of the smaller churches. I say smaller. They're still pretty overwhelming. Like where I saw the Caravaggios. That are well worth actually going in to see. You know, so much of Rome is gorgeously decorated. I did go to the Capitoline Museum. I would love to go back to the Capitoline Museum. I don't know whether you went to the Capitoline Museum. But the Capitoline Museum is its own thing. It's a sculpture museum. But it was the whole museum, the actual building was designed by Michelangelo to be a showplace for the sculpture collection. So the Capitoline is well worth seeing as well. And I think a lot of people don't go to the Capitoline, which is a shame. So yeah. There's lots of like Roman statues and stuff up there. So the three main buildings of the Capitoline Museums are Palazzo Senatorio, built in the 12th century and modified according to Michelangelo's designs. The Palazzo dei Conservatori, redesigned by Michelangelo with the first use of the giant wooden column design, and the Palazzo Nuovo, built in the 17th century with an identical exterior design to the Palazzo dei Conservatori, which it faces across the piazza. So there's like three buildings. But yeah, really wonderful. I liked all of those. I mean, when I was in Washington, D.C. for work, I also spent some time in the Smithsonian. So I had fun in the Smithsonian as well. I love museums and art galleries and all that sort of thing. So is that the Paris Museum you're talking about, Dina? Smithsonian is also... The Smithsonian is also one that you can't do in just one day. Even though I visited and saw some of it, there is too much of the Smithsonian to see it in one day. The Smithsonian is huge. But I did enjoy it. You need to make a trip to your local museum. It's free, but you always forget about it. I've been to the one in Wickham, which is quite tiny, but, you know, I think you should definitely support local museums, definitely support national museums. When I was in Idaho, I went to the Utah Natural History Museum when they took me to Salt Lake City to put me back on the plane before we went on the plane. We went to the Natural History Museum. And the Natural History Museum, which is part of the University of Utah, I think, has got amazing dinosaur skeletons in it, because many of the T-Rexes in the world are found in Utah's geology. But it's a lovely, wonderful museum. I really enjoyed going to that one as well. But we also went to the tiny Pocatello Museum while I was there, which is part of the University of Idaho. And I enjoyed that too. I love museums. I love art galleries. I can go all over the place. You wish we'd invented teleportation yet, because there's so many museums you'd love to see, but literally nothing else in that city or even region. Yes. You love the museum card you have there, €60 a year, and you go to lots of museums for free. All the big London museums are actually free here. They prefer that you make a donation, but there's nothing compelling you to pay. You sometimes have to pay to go into exhibitions, specific exhibitions. So you have to pay tickets for specific exhibitions. But actually visiting the museum, you don't need a ticket. You're going to plan another visit to London, force Doris to visit places with you. As long as you don't want to go to tourist traps like the London Dungeons and Madame Tussauds, I'm here for it, Dina. Although we've got a friend visiting in April, and I don't think I've even told Pokey this yet, but I think another American friend is coming to visit in the summer, possibly with his mum. So Shiny Platypus messaged me this morning, Pokey. He was like, how long can we stay before you'll want to kick us out? You've been in Madame Tussauds already. I don't personally think much of Madame Tussauds. Probably Probably not. She wants to bring her knitting with with her, Pokey. Although I knit, I'm hot, so... When you went and the bus group went to Windsor, you went back to Madame Tussauds. You see, Windsor Castle is well worth a visit. I love taking people to Windsor Castle when they visit. Or was it not going to the castle? Was it just going to Windsor? Yes, that is Scott. Hi, Halo. It was the castle. You missed out. The castle is well worth a visit, Dina. See, I'd very much rather go to Windsor Castle than to Madame Tussauds. I mean, one of the things I do like is we have so many online things that you can basically look at the collections now. So I was talking about Cliveden earlier. And you can actually, so you can now sort of go online and find the collection of particular pieces they have. It was 2004. You had different priorities. Were you a young Dina? Then you know better. Because I can believe that. That's fine. People's tastes change as they get older, and that's absolutely fine. I probably would have preferred Madame Tussauds as a teenager. Although I'm not sure. I've always loved such things. So and what's that going to capture? That is going to capture the right thing. Excellent. So this is the page for the National Trust. This is Cliveden. Let me move my face a little bit. Let's move me and make me slightly smaller. There we go. And then down the bottom, you can view the full collection. And it will show you all the, notable bits. It's not necessarily a tour, but you can go in and you can see all their bits and pieces that they hold in trust. And some of them look quite, mundane, like a stationery rack and a stepladder. Let's have a look at this cabinet. Doesn't really tell me very much. Date unknown, materials, metal and wood. But, you can now go in and have a look at so many things that even if you can't get there, there are various things to look at. Again, it doesn't make up for seeing these things in reality, but, in real life. But it gives us some hope, some availability. Like an original snooker ball set. And the spoons. Oh, you know what I was saying about the sculpture collection? You can see quite a lot of the sculpture collection in here. So some of them are in place, some of them are tidied up. But, amphora, those are, ancient Greek amphora that were collected by Waldorf Astor. Sorry. so much. You've just found out your local museum has a full T-Rex skeleton. You have to go now. Probably a plaster replica. I mean, even the Natural History Museum, the most of the stuff that they display is replica stuff. Most of the originals are a bit too fragile and they keep them in the back rooms. Like the big... I want to call it a Diplodocus because I've known them as Diplodocus for all my life. I know it's got a different name now. But the big skeleton that they used to have in the Natural History Museum, that was a resin replica. That's gone on tour now. During COVID, you bought a tourist guide for your local city. They have got the originals, but they're not really suitable for display purposes. They're a lot more fragile than you might think. And honestly, people can't be trusted. And the big skeletons, they can't put them behind glass or anything like that. So they tend to do replicas instead. They've got the real things, so they're not... I don't feel like it's misrepresenting. It gives you the scale and everything because they're perfect replicas. Yeah, far too valuable for science and people touch everything. Exactly. If it's something that you can keep, you know, in a cabinet, then you can probably show an original. If you can't keep it in a cabinet, it's probably going to have to be... There's a planetarium and an ancient Egyptian exhibit. That sounds great. Sounds great, Ghostly. Definitely plan to go and see that. But I love there's so many things just like balustrades that are regarded as part of the collection. They superimposed a Newcastle United shirt on the T-Rex, so you're guessing it's not a real skeleton. The Royal Tyrrell Museum in Alberta has nothing but replicas, but they created the museum to be very hands-on. You see, I have no issue with things being replicas. I'm just trying to think. I think it might be the British Museum, which has a sculpture gallery, which is entirely plaster casts, but they've got like a full-size replica of Michelangelo's David, for example. In fact, David is actually a really good example because I know that the original David is no longer even in his original place. There's a replica of David actually standing where he should stand, and he's effectively locked away. But the idea of the sculpture gallery with all the plaster casts was, you know, you were saying about not having a teleporter, Dina. It was a British Victorian idea to have a sculpture gallery with all the plaster casts of these amazing sculptures from all around the world, all in one place, so people could come and see what it was without having to travel. And it was philanthropy because, as I said, the museums in London are free and have been free for many years. So it allowed everybody to be able to have access to such things. There's an opera in Dresden, the Semper Opera. The opera was painted floor to ceiling by a famous artist and was partially destroyed through the wars. Yes, the Dresden bombing campaign is one of the shameful parts of the Second World War. They repaired the whole thing, but the artist was already dead. Yeah. The Alberta Museum does show where they store the actual bones they've made the replicas from. Yes. I do know that the blue whale skeleton that is now on display in the Natural History Museum is a real one. But blue whale skeleton is a little bit easier to replace, as it were, since they're, you know, still living animals. But I don't think they'll need to replace it. It's a wonderful museum. You want to take Babu back there? Definitely. I'm glad everybody else is enthusiastic about galleries and museums as well. As I said, I sometimes feel a bit pretentious for being quite so enthusiastic about galleries and museums. But it is a part of me. I'm not being false by... She did a tour in the opera when she was in Dresden. She said you couldn't tell that it was replicated. That's great. Artists came in and replicated the whole thing. Wonderful. When you go to the UK and Europe, it's going to be a daily thing for you. Yes. So, yes, so, you know, me going on my tour of the Eastern Mediterranean, I will be doing a few art galleries because it's my thing. Talking of beautiful theatres, some of the London theatres are amazing. I was saying to... so we were watching Landscape Artist of the Year, and they held the final in Covent Garden. And that has the Royal Opera House, which is also... I think it was the Royal Opera House in Covent Garden. Yeah, it is Royal Opera House that's in Covent Garden. And it's shared between the opera and ballet. That's a gorgeous, gorgeous theatre on the inside. Am I going to the National Museum in Athens? When you were there, you needed an extra week. Probably not. I think Mum's going to the National Museum in Athens. But I'm not, because I'm going to go and do the Delphi thing instead. The Delphi trip is an 8-hour day, so I am going to be absolutely shattered by the end of that, I imagine. Which is why I'm having my massage the next day. I booked a massage the following day. That'll be amazing. Yeah, I am very much looking forward to it. So London still has so many places you want to see. Oh, absolutely, Dina. There are places in London I still haven't been that, you know, I would love to go to. But London is ever changing. There are always things to see in London. Don't have to tell price, but was it pricey? The cruise that we're going on, Halo? Or just the tour of Delphi? Because the cruise was indeed very, very pricey. I think £12,000 each. Most of the excursions were included. The Athens one that Mum's going on is including, and she's going to Athens and the Archaeological Museum. So yeah, Mum's doing that museum. I'm going to Delphi, and the Delphi trip was £92. How do people afford cruises like this? Well, in my mum's case, it's years and years of having saved and been frugal and not spent on massive amounts, Dina, and just, you know, keeping money saved. It is years and years of saving. And, you know, both of us have got to the stage in life where we've paid off our mortgages. And once you can start saving the amount of money that you would otherwise be paying on a mortgage, those sort of things come into your price range. You can't even imagine ever having so much money. I mean, honestly, I think that the younger generation is unlikely to. The whole thing of we got on the housing ladder and were able to go through paying a mortgage and all that sort of thing and have paid them off. Housing has got just so ridiculously expensive. And I'm not just talking about buying houses, I'm talking about renting places to stay as well. It's become so ridiculously expensive that saving has become a thing that people can't do so much. Hi, Llama! Yeah. But yeah, when my father died, there's a very comfortable amount of money left for my mum. She has pensions. She literally, my mum lives on less than her pension brings in. So the amount of money she has constantly tops up. And that's how you afford things like the cruises. Yeah, it's a lot of money. I'm not even going to try and say it's not a lot of money. And I wouldn't be able to afford to go. But Mum can afford to go, and she wants to go, and she wants to take me with her, you know? Exactly. If you can put everything away that you spend on rent in a year and the house and the mortgage is paid off. Oh, good luck with that, Llama. I know you're a bit nervous. You'll be absolutely fine, I'm sure. I was also a bit nervous going back to work after 7 years of not having worked, you know, so I get it. I really do, but you'll be fine. What amazed me was how quickly my work brain clicked back in. Oh, don't worry about judging, Dina. I totally understand. I'm in a lucky generation. We could afford our houses. My first house, between us, we were earning £19,000. My first house was £43,000. So I bought with another girl when I was 19. But you can see the difference of salary to house price. You know, we were both young and we were earning enough to purchase a house. That's just not possible now. Oh, did you get your... Buying a house isn't as common in Germany. Most people there rent. Yes. But yes, it is an expensive thing. I'm not going to pretend that this cruise is not expensive. But on the other hand, Viking, who we're going with, is regarded as one of the top cruise companies in the world, and they operate relatively small ships. So I think there's only like 430 people, and that exclusivity also adds cost to it. You got an unconditional from Aberystwyth from your entrance exam. Oh, that's brilliant, Llama. My first boss went to Aberystwyth. Lovely place to be as well. The house in the old area you lived in is going for 500,000. Did the people that bought it from you just do it up, ready to sell again, Halo? You typed that wrong. Hi, Curls! Welcome, welcome. You did all your student finance and accommodation for Bristol yesterday, which was so intense, but you're really manifesting that you get to live in the green area. Bristol's great as well. The type of house you're currently in would be worth 500,000 in your old area. Oh, I see. But you're in a rural area in Alberta, so it's a lot less expensive. Absolutely. Don't torment Curls here, Cade. Don't you do that thing. Is there no Ryan today? I see no Ryan today. That's why Curls is here. I get to crack the whip at him here, Curls. He's off on a jolly. Oh, I'm glad. He deserves to have a jolly every now and then. Belated birthday duties with Johanna. Johanna's birthday is right around the same time as mine. Mine is the 27th of February, and I get a feeling hers is like the 26th or something. Or 28th. Is Kate misbehaving? No. Yes, it's the 26th. Yeah, I knew it was right around mine. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to take my break now. I will come back and we'll continue to chat because I think we're having a really nice chat this evening. Maybe talk a bit more about museums. Maybe have a look at some of the online exhibitions of the museums and Windsor Castle and that sort of thing. How do people feel about doing that sort of thing? Oh, yes. So we'll have a look at maybe some art, maybe some museums, and we'll have a discussion about what we like about various museums and various galleries. That sounds like fun. It really does sound like fun. You need to find a museum to visit on holiday. Did you decide where you're going, Llama? You went to a museum last night for a friend's art exhibit. Oh, wonderful, Curls. Right, we'll resume this talk when I get back from my break, because I do need to go and have a bathroom break and stretch and move my body and all that sort of thing. Montreal. Nice. Okay. Do the things. Grab yourself a snack. Grab yourself a drink. Think about moving your body, changing your focal length, being the best you can be. Medicine if you need to medicate. Water if you need to hydrate. Pixel Maze whilst I'm AFK. See you in 5 to 10. You have reached the Disco Doris channel, home of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Your custom is important to us. Please hold. operators are busy right now. We will get to you as soon as possible. Just a moment, please. We will be there with you shortly. We are your leading source of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Please hold until this content resumes. Thank you for holding. Your patience is appreciated, and we will be with you shortly. You have reached the Disco Doris channel, home of incompetent gameplay and handicrafts. Your custom is important to us. Please hold. All our operators are busy right now. We will get to you as soon as possible. Just a moment, please. We will be there with you shortly. And I'm back. Or at least I hope I'm back. I hope I'm not muted anymore either. I didn't quite see the end point. How did everybody do in Pixel Maze? Hi Dan, welcome. Oh, did you get the ads? I was just saying do the things, you know, before I went on break. Getting snacks and things, playing maze, all that sort of thing. Wasn't exciting. What I did say was we'd continue on with having a look at museums and galleries. Does anybody want to suggest a museum? Curls one? Nice. So anybody want to suggest a museum or gallery that I should look up online? Columbus Museum of Art. Let's have a look at what their website looks with. Okay. So let me do a thing, and sorry, I'm just trying to capture the website at the moment. So bear with me just a moment. Yep, that'll do. Let me go over to this window here. So this is the Columbus Museum of Art, and I'm on the Art and Exhibitions page. So we can browse the collection. We could look at the art and exhibitions. What's on view now? Upcoming exhibitions, past exhibitions. But let's browse the collection. I think browsing the collection would be fun. So welcome to the online collection. Their collection includes outstanding late 19th and early 20th century American and European modernism, cutting-edge contemporary art and photography. So this is a 2006 piece. Portrait of Andries Stilter II by Kehinde Wiley. It's a shame I can't make this bigger, can I? Aha! There we go. Interesting. It's quite a hyper-realistic picture. I love the wallpaper background that sort of bleeds over the portrait. Dan streaking. 5-stream streak. Nice. 2006 was so long ago. I mean, yes, 18 years now. I don't think of it as very long, but yeah, it is a good time. But it's an interesting sort of contemporary art piece with bringing the background over the top of the main character. Lots of photography. Let's have a look at the American art. See what we can find. That's all photography. Also all photography. We're in Berenice Abbott. She was obviously quite the photographer. So Gertrude Abercrombie. Let's have a look at Gertrude Abercrombie's Roping the Moon. It's not a very good reproduction of it. It's very blurry. It's a real shame that they've got such tiny images. So that's 100%. And I don't really see it very well on the screen. And when I blow it up, it's very, very blurry. So, boo to the online collection not being very nicely done. So we've got a women artists. It looks like they're all in alphabetical order. I mean, there is plenty to look at. But yeah, they're all very tiny. They're all like little thumbnails. And as soon as I start, you know, actually blowing them up, they're very blurry. You were 2 and running away. I mean, it's inevitable some of us get older. 2006 doesn't feel that far away, but, you know, don't be mean to the young ones. You were young once as well. So I'm sorry to the Ohio Museum that we visited, the Columbus Museum of Art, because we're not getting a really good feel for your artworks. Your online collection, the thumbnails are all too small to see your artworks properly. So we're going to change museums. It's my choice this time, and I'm going to choose the Victoria and Albert. So the Victoria and Albert in London is art and design museum, and as you can see, so one of their exhibitions at the moment is of Naomi Campbell's career and some of the things that she modelled through her life. So let's look at the what's on. We've got another one, Japanese myths to manga. Let's see what we can look at the exhibition highlights. Can I look at this larger? Apparently not. Explore object in more depth. Aha! Oh no, that's not a... I can't enlarge either. But it gives us lots of information about it. This is a woodblock print. This is the sort of thing that they're talking about historically. Oh, there we go. I've got it bigger now. Historically, this was, and it's a much higher resolution image. They do that so it gets you intrigued enough to go see the art in detail. Honestly, I honestly don't like that attitude. If you live like I do in London, there's no way I'm ever going to get to see the Columbus Museum of Art. Not being able to enjoy it by having low res. Look, I can zoom right in on this, and you've got wonderful resolution of this Japanese woodblock, which is, you know, going back in time, but shows you the beginnings of the art styles used for manga. I can see all the, you know, the printing lines of it effectively. And then we've got something from the Google Studios showing you there's so many different bits and pieces here. These are actually shoes. They have got no heels. They've got these enormous blocks on the bottom to balance on. Japanese as well. And part of the manga exhibition. Still from My Neighbor Totoro. And I can explore this in more detail as well. We can get right up close and personal with these two wonderful dancers. I love this wood block. I love the motion in it. You can tell that they're dancing even though it's a still. Look at the way the clothes are swirling around them. The shoes need to die. Your state has failed. Sorry, Curls. So that's exhibition highlights of Japan's myth to manga. Exhibition Diva. The power and creativity of iconic performers. Their highlights. Christian Dior costume worn by Vivian Lee as Paula in Jean Giraudoux play The Duel of Angels that was shown at the Apollo Theatre. Photograph of Theda Bara as Cleopatra for the film The Cleopatra, 1917. The Andy Warhol picture of Marilyn Monroe, one of the most famous of modern art pieces. Cher, Elton John and Diana Ross photograph. A Whitney Houston photograph. Oh, look at this, a sketch of a costume for Tina Turner by Bob Mackie. Another photograph of Grace Jones. Lovely picture of Lizzo as well. Oh, and going back in time, Adelina Patti. A picture that's actually hanging in Harewood House. Maria Callas, one of the most famous of opera divas, while she was performing at the Royal Opera House in Covent Garden. I love that they've included Elton John in Divas. That's just wonderful. And his 50th birthday look. And I love that these things have ended up in the Victoria and Albert. Oh, and they've got a photograph of Billie Holiday at her only London appearance she ever did at London's Albert Hall. But their collections, they have an amazing dress collection. So let's explore the costume collection. They've got theatre and performance collections, and these are amazing. So that's one of Fred Astaire's tail suits. It's a music hall costume, May Moore Dupre, from about 1910. Oh, a Bolshoi opera. No, the Bolshoi is ballet. This is a ballet costume. Let's have a look at that closer up. Wow, isn't that amazing? You can see that it's embroidered velour. That must have been quite a thing to try and dance in. It looks very heavy. It's probably less heavy than it looks. But even so, there's a lot in that to try and dance in. And these are costumes from the Lion King performance. This is Nala, isn't it? Beautifully detailed with all the African print on it. Do they have the real Dorothy shoe? Could be Sarabi. I think that's Nala. I could be wrong. I think this is Nala. I think this is Simba. But I could be wrong, as I said. There's the original Idina Menzel Elphaba hat from Wicked. Costume. Oh, look at this. This is a heck of a costume. So this is designed by Pablo Picasso, made in 1917 for a ballet called Parade that made its premiere in Paris. So that's quite the thing. It's quite amazing. Again, I can't imagine trying to dance in it. It looks really quite warm. I do like the cloud sort of. This almost looks Chinese in style, even though it's Pablo Picasso that designed it. I can see that he must have had Chinese influences. The frog and the buttons here are very Chinese as well. The wig and the hat all look very Chinese. Actually, didn't it say it was something? Oh, it's called the Chinese Conjurer. The costume was for the Conjurer, inspired by music hall magicians who frequently adopted a Chinese persona. And you can actually watch conservation stories. Diaghilev and the Ballet Russe. The V&A holds the largest collection of Ballet Russe costumes in the world. Jane Pritchard, curator of dance and VA conservation specialist, take us behind the scenes as they prepare key objects. Would you like to watch that? I don't think I can. But I can go to the Ballet Russe collection. You can see all the costumes that they hold, which the Picasso is one of. I can get lost in this type of website. I don't know about other people. Oh, it could be Sarabi and Scar. Okay. You didn't realise people wore such intense costumes for ballet? Not going to lie. Have you never seen the costumes for... They do a Beatrix Potter ballet? And honestly, they're amazing costumes. I don't think they're in here because it's still something that is done. Let me see whether I can find them. That is a costume that is danced in. Let's see if I can... Again, it's a bit blurry, unfortunately. But look at that. That is a costume that is danced in. It's a full squirrel costume. You'd simply pass away from heat exhaustion. Ballet dancers are incredible, incredible athletes. They are absolutely amazing. I don't know whether I can find more. These are the Tales of Beatrix Potter. Can you see them? They're a bit small, I know, but you've got the mice dancing here. You've got Jemima Puddle Duck, and you've got the fox. Look at these costumes. This is Jeremy Fisher, Johnny Town Mouse, Squirrel Muttkin. I already showed you. The owl isn't a dancer. But yeah, if you ever get to see the Tales of Beatrix Potter ballet, I can really, really recommend it. But yeah, amazing, amazing costumes. Yeah, some of the Nutcracker costumes as well. Let's have a look at some of those images. Don't think we get to see some of the better ones of that. But you're absolutely right. Some of these tutus are incredibly heavy as well. Let's see whether I can I get you up? I think this is actually yeah, these are costumes you can buy. Can I open the image though? Open image in new tab. Yeah, these tutus can be very heavy in themselves. The Nutcracker himself and the Rat King will be the worst ones for dancers, definitely. But yeah, so yeah, never underestimate a ballet dancer. But because they're a museum of design, it's not just fashion. They've got a wonderful collection of furniture as well. Look at some of these furniture bits and pieces. And they go from a bed designed in the 16th century to a 3D printed chair. All sorts of different bits and pieces. You wanted something about the Dorothy collection, didn't you? Let's search the collections. Let's try ruby slippers. Yeah, I'm not getting the ruby slippers up, even though it looked like they might have the ruby slippers. But 1.25 million objects that they've got pictures of. Those sequined shoes might not be the Dorothy ones, though. But they've got many film costumes and that sort of thing. But they've got fashion. Some of their older fashion is amazing. Like, they've got stuff going right the way through. Collections of embroidery. Look at this evening dress from 1957. All the embroidery on this amazing evening dress. Look at that close up. They look painful to interact with. A lot of these things, fashion and that sort of thing, are not built to be comfortable. They are built purely for show. The whole myth about corset tight lacing, most people that wore corsets on a daily basis had something comfortable. Tight lacing of corsets was a thing that was only done for high fashion and where you would be standing prettily at a ball. You weren't expected to do anything in a tight-laced corset. And it's something that, unfortunately, you know, corsets have had a really bad rap because people think that the only way to wear a corset is tight-laced, because, unfortunately, the film industry and the television industry has picked up on that and is forcing incredibly thin actresses who haven't got any padding to start with to tight lace. But actually, corsets were supportive undergarments. They shouldn't have been any more uncomfortable than an underwired bra. Not that underwired bras are particularly comfortable, but you know, they're a daily wear thing and they don't stop you doing anything. You tried a corset on a Ren Fair, it was so comfy. Absolutely. Modern shows always show wrong corseting every single time. It's infuriating. It absolutely is. But these sort of things would have been worn with quite restrictive undergarments. To get that shape, that is not a natural woman shape. There would have been an undergarment underneath here. Again, pulling everything in to get that waistline. Interestingly, some of the older things, that's from the 1950s, and it would have been stuff pulled in. But older things, let's see whether we can find something. Oh, this is embroidery, so we won't really find this. Oh, look, they've got Chinese embroidery. Chinese embroidery is absolutely lovely. Look at this little child's shoe. That's so sweet. It looks like a linen, maybe? Might be cotton. I'm not sure. Certainly it's all handmade. It's a lovely little slipper. It's all handmade and it's all hand embroidered as well. It might... I think the embroidery thread is probably silk. I'm not sure what the oh, it is a white silk satin. The sole is cotton. I'm right about it being silk floss that the floral motifs are in. So this is the embroidery section. Oh, well, we were talking about it, underwear. So this is the sort of thing that would have gone underneath that lovely 1957 ball gown. You would have had a girdle. Can you see it's got crisscrossing elastic fabric to pull everything in? I'm not sure that bra would do very much supportively. It's designed in the 1930s. Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to do very much in the way of support, but it's an interesting looking bra. There is a corset. This is a late Victorian corset. And the interesting thing about corsets is what this is designed for. It gives you a particular shape, but what they would have done is they would have measured your waist and worked from your waist outwards. So what you would have done is, if you didn't have the right proportions, they would have stuffed. So they would have stuffed the bust, they would have stuffed the hips. If, like me, I've got a very generous bust, they would have left my bust alone, but they would have given me a nice hip roll. They would have padded out my bum to give me the fashionable shape. Stuffing has always been a thing, absolutely. So, you know, I find this quite entertaining. People think that, you know, maybe they were thinner in old days. Well, some people were, but most people weren't. Most people were absolutely normal shaped. But you had these amazing undergarments. The other thing that these are constructed for, again, people think that the boning was to shape your figure. To a certain extent it was, but what the boning was really there for was to take the weight of all the multiple skirts that you had on. So you would have had 2 or 3 petticoats. You would have had a shirt over the top, but you would have 2 or 3 petticoats underneath quite a heavy outer skirt, and possibly a couple of layers of outer skirt as well, like an inner skirt and an outer skirt. And this distributes the weight, so it's not all pulling at your body, it's all sitting on top of these bones, and they take all the weight for you, so it distributes all throughout your body. Your shape is broken twig, Dan. People will always be people-sized if left to nature. That's right. It's only the 20th century where, rather than using undergarments to make the fashionable shape and using padding and things, it's only in the 20th century that, you know, people are expected to hone their bodies to a particular shape by exercise, which really doesn't work. We are all different shapes and sizes. It's interesting to see that padding is coming back. A lot of the dresses I've seen recently, with the big bottom now being, you know, in style, a lot of the dresses I've seen on naturally slender models have obviously got padding around the hips and the bottom to create that full shape that they actually don't have. But here we've got a lovely one. We've got a petticoat. Can you see how it's been quilted? So the petticoat itself is quilted and stuffed in order to make the dress poof out properly. It does look cozy. I mean, I think that's the other thing that we forget, you know, those nice full length dresses were pretty cozy, but they were also not as hot as you might think. They were very good at body regulation because so many of them were natural fibres. They didn't have synthetic fibres in those days. And, you know, you can pad this with wool and it will be very warm in the winter because lots of insulation, but it will not be as hot as you might think in the summer. So there's a lot going on in both corsets and stays to help you out. Crinoline, here we go. They literally wore a cage under the frock to get that big shape. A brief history of men's underwear. I mean, why not? How could you not hit that pun, Curls? It's definitely a thing. You don't get this in every stream, do you? So sort of, let's have a look at the design of underwear. But design, let's have a look at wallpaper. There's some amazing wallpapers they've got. So Acanthus is still for sale these days. It was designed in 1875, but William Morris is still something that is much used. And Acanthus is indeed a design you can still get today to put on your walls in various different colorways. So William Morris was a designer who spearheaded something called the arts and crafts movement. He was all about, these were all wood blocks, his wallpapers originally. He was all about going back to old printing techniques. The sort of irony around Morris is that he had a factory alongside one of the chalk streams in London. And actually, although he was all about, we need to get back to a natural thing, most of the inks and dyes that were used in producing these were very, very modern for the Victorian age. Pigments created with many heavy metals in the pigments. And his wallpaper factory in particular was highly, highly polluting and killed, you know, the chalk stream of all life, more or less. Flock wallpaper, something that is very, very out of fashion now, but was enormously expensive and highly sought after in the 18th century. This is a wallpaper from 1735. Red flock on the background. And this was actually in Hampton Court. It's a fragment of wallpaper from back then. It's not currently on display. It's in their collection, but it's not on display. This wallpaper is called Tits in Space. I love that there's a wallpaper called Tits in Space. I mean, yes. Don't think I'd have it on my walls though. It's your sort of thing, is it, Dan? You'd have the Tits in Space wallpaper on your walls. It's designed in year 2000. The Archive Printing Company. The artist is Sarah Lucas. I love the eclectic mix. You've got like 1735 Hampton Court Palace flock wallpaper against 2000 Tits in Space. Oh, this wallpaper. So this is an interesting one. So this is designed for the Great Exhibition in Crystal Palace. So this is Crystal Palace. This is a depiction of the Crystal Palace. It would go well with your Sailbin games, Dan. This shows the Serpentine. So we've got this repeat pattern It's designed in 1835 and they're using the most up-to-date, beautiful green inks. There was a problem with this wallpaper. The problem with this wallpaper is those beautiful greens. I've talked about problems with, you know, these heavy metal inks that they were developing. This one's full of arsenic. Yep, you're sensing arsenic. Absolutely. Those bright greens were arsenic. In fact, Queen Victoria had one of the areas at Osborne House on the Isle of Wight decorated up with some of these green wallpapers. And it was there that they discovered the problem with the arsenic. It was making people who stayed there sick. I mean, we know about it now. This sort of twill wallpaper, pillar and arch wallpaper they're calling it. It's lovely. You know, you've got this grey with swags and things. You can buy modern wallpaper that looks very much like this. This particular piece of wallpaper, though, is from 1735. Green was uranium. Uranium green was for anything that glowed, Dina. So I think uranium and radium were used on things like watch faces to make them glow in the dark. And before they knew any better, the painters used to lick the brushes to get the very fine points on them. And yeah, there were some terrible, terrible problems with poisoning the ladies that painted watch faces. Radium girls, yeah. Let's have a look at another different collection. Remember, this is all art and design. This is why the Victoria and Albert is one of my favourites, because there's so much jewellery. Would you like to have a look at the design of jewellery going on? So this is an old one. This is from 800 BC. Gold collar from Ireland. Very high carat gold. Yes, it is. But let's have a look at the collections, because there's so much in here. So we've got belts and bangles. Quite a lot from India in that lot. There are 665 pictures in total. So down that end we've got lockets and things, clasps, rings. This is interesting. This looks like a piece of mourning jewellery. It says 1754 on it, so quite easy to date. Eliz Eyton, Eyton. OB10 Feb 1754. But you can see it's got a plait of hair inside it, so it's a little glass locket. It's obviously a brooch. These are definitely rubies. Those are natural rubies, looking at the colouring on them. Probably got silver or gold foiling behind them to give the real colour coming through. But you can see all of the gems are hand cut. They don't cut them the same way as they're cut now. The brilliant cuts that we're used to now are very different to the cuts of gems back in time. But this would have been her hair. Her hair's been plaited into a little glass locket in her memory. A beautiful piece. You can set it to 50 per page instead of 15, but then everything will be tiny. So yeah, it's set with rose and brilliant cut diamonds and pink oh, I was wrong. They're not rubies. They're pink sapphires over foil. So there we are, 50 per page. Makes the pages very long. Ooh, anybody want to have a look at the tiaras? We're looking at the back of it, I think. Yeah, I think we're looking at the back of it. You can see how everything is actually constructed in this picture, because you're looking at the back and seeing how everything's held in place. It looks amazing. So it's actually sitting on a sort of an elasticated hairband. So you don't actually wear the tiara itself. You've got a hairband that actually sits on your head. And the tiara is hung off the headband. It's pretty smart. It is, isn't it? Have we got more pictures of this? I think we have. Oh, there's the front view. You can tell this is relatively recent because of the different way that the diamonds are cut. You see how much more faceted they are than the one from the 18th century. Lots and lots of facets going on the on everything. Personally, not the biggest fan of things jeweled like this, just endless amounts of diamonds, but you know, you can't deny it is very, very twinkly and very, very sparkly. You're going to put your glasses on, Llama. You're going to look at everything. You see pearls? No, they're diamonds, darling. And you could see from this that they're galleried diamonds. So galleried means that the light goes right through them. They've got nothing on the back. Do you remember the sapphires that we saw previously had foil on the back? And the idea is that the light comes in and bounces off the foil to give you the sparkle. But these diamonds, they're galleried so that the light can come through them and be... you can use the diamond to produce prismatic things. So your foil coloured stones, because it intensifies the colour, having light bouncing through it and back out again. But with diamonds, because they split light into such beautiful prisms, galleried is the best way to set them. Look at me knowing far too much about jewellery. I don't really wear that much jewellery, but I do love to look at it. I like the twinklies, but I'm not a great fan of diamonds. I actually prefer... But this is, I mean, this is an expensive piece. These diamonds up here are what they call canary diamonds. Can you see they've got yellow tint to them? They're expensive old diamonds. They're not tiny either, are they? Those are big diamonds. I don't know quite how many carats. Let's have a look at the information. It's called the Manchester Tiara. It was Cartier, Paris, 1903. Accepted by Her Majesty's government in lieu of inheritance tax and allocated to Victoria and Albert. It actually belongs to the UK. This element was formerly part of the crest of the tiara. It was removed so that the central diamond, now absent, could be unset with a view to it being sold by one of its former owners. In fact, the stone was not sold and is also part of the collection. Interesting. So a lot of this is 20th century. Let's have a look through. Oh, we've got Elizabethan stuff right next to stuff from 1979. I love how eclectically mad it is. We've got designs of stuff as well as the actual objects, which, you know, it is a museum of design, so, you know, having the actual designs as well as the actual objects. Oh, look at this lizard. How marvellous are you? So these are natural pearls. And you can see this natural pearl was an interesting shape, and they've designed a lizard around it. He's got an emerald hanging off his head. He's mostly gold and cloisonné work. So he's gold and he's enamel. And he's got this amazing weird shaped pearl in his body. It's really cute, isn't it? This is not mother of pearl. This is actual pearl llama. Let's have a look at his underside. Oh, his underside is absolutely beautiful as well. Somebody's done an amazing job with him. I wonder what the information about him is. He's made in the late 16th century. So they call the pearl a Baroque pearl. Baroque pearls presented the jeweller with an opportunity to demonstrate their skill at adapting an object formed by nature to the requirements of Renaissance fashion. White pearls set in mounts became the height of fashion in the later 16th century, and irregular shape specimens were as highly prized as perfectly spherical examples. The belief that the salamander was impervious to fire and could extinguish flames was recorded by Aristotle and Pliny. It became an attribute of fire personified, and as such was associated with the condition of the ardent lover. This jewel may well have been a very expensive love token given to a man or a woman. So it's from Germany, apparently. So it says it was a bequest by George Salting from Goldschmidt, possibly the business of J&S Goldschmidt from Frankfurt am Main. But yeah. What a cute one that was. Pair of bracelets. It's beautiful, beautiful tiny beadwork. Look at that. So it's a cuff. It's a velvet cuff that goes quite a way round your wrist. And it's all beautifully, beautifully beaded with this lovely daisy pattern. Oh no, ads. Let me stay still on the bracelet until poor Curls and Triple D get out of the adverts. You're out again, are you? Honestly, I went from the salamander to this, so you haven't lost too much. This is early Victorian, late Georgian, early Victorian. So I think it said 1835. This is a velvet cuff. All covered in beads. There are a pair of them. Not currently on display, but obviously displayed with other beadwork when it was last on display. You can see that they had all sorts going on. This is a purse. Thank you for following, Wanda Nice. Or is that Wanda Nice? What were 1800 beads made from? Glass. There'll be small glass beads. Opaque glass, but glass nonetheless. And it does in fact say transparent and opaque gold, white and green glass beads. The same type of glass beads as you can get now, actually. Oh, and this is the Heneage jewel. Decorated with a profile bust of Queen Elizabeth I, made around about 1600, so it's contemporary with her being around. It's one of the finest jewels from the reign of Elizabeth, a tribute to her as a sovereign, and it was made for a courtier. Let me try and blow that up for you. So on one side you've got Noah's Ark by the looks of things. I'm not quite sure why Noah's Ark, but that definitely looks Noah's Ark-ish. Per Undas Sivas. I don't know where I'm supposed. Let me start top right. Sivas. Idanquil. Idanquilla. Per Undas. I don't know what that Latin means. But yeah, the portrait of Elizabeth, she looks quite... I mean, there's no reason to believe that isn't an accurate profile of her. She definitely looks quite formidable in that picture. She's got the very high forehead that they favoured. It was very fashionable to have that high forehead, the hairline pushed right back. But she's a determined looking lady, but the amount of detail, I mean, the ruff is very obvious, but I don't know how much you can see, but you can see that the sort of slashed ribbon sleeves that they had are shown. You can see the beading down her dress. Of course, pearls were very, very favoured then, and Elizabeth famously wore many pearl dresses absolutely covered in pearls. Is the background lapis? I don't think so, actually. I think the background is a blue enamel over the gold. So it looks so intense because, again, you know what I was saying about foiling the back of gems because the light bounces in and bounces out and it intensifies the colour. I think you've got this blue lacquer over the top of gold to give you this really intense blue colour. You can see the paler blue enamel around the outside. It looks like it's set with rubies. Actually, they might be garnets. They look a bit too red for rubies. Rubies are actually slightly pink. I think it's set with garnets and possibly diamonds. It'll probably tell me in the... but it opens as well. So you can flip bits of it up. You can see the Tudor rose here. Oh, what a... There's more Latin. Hi mihi quod tamto virite virtus per fusa decore non habet eternos inuilator dies. I can get words of that, but not all of it. It looks like there's another portrait of her as well. There we go. There's another portrait of Elizabeth there on the inside. That one looks painted in the year 1580. You can see she's got this very, very high forehead. You know, my hairline, you can see exactly where it is. It's pushed back on this portrait of Elizabeth. It's pushed back to about here. And you can see how much, you know, there's pictures of the Queen wearing jewels in this jewel. And there's more enamelling, more of that blue enamelling. It looks like there was red enamelling as well. The red seems like it's probably seen better days. There's green enamelling going on. An amazing piece. It's definitely the flood that's being portrayed on this. But it's all very, very delicately worked, and then enamel is used to give you all the colours. It's an amazing piece of workmanship. Amazing piece. Let me read more about it to you. The Heneage jewel is one of the finest jewels from the reign of Elizabeth, a tribute to her as sovereign and supreme governor of the church and an expression of courtly love. Describes the symbolism of the jewel as moving in the classic manner from the external celebration of Elizabeth as a most royal queen or empress and the internal private vision of her as a most virtuous and beautiful lady. The jewel was made to be worn by a courtier who had the Queen's favour or sought it. Although Elizabeth's character... Yeah, I want to know more about the actual locket itself. Here we go. Enamelled gold. Set with table-cut diamonds and Burmese rubies. I was wrong. I thought they were garnets. They are Burmese rubies. A bust in gold under rock crystal. So that's not glass that's over the top of the thing. It's carved rock crystal. It's a version of the Garter badge of a 1585 surrounded by inscription. The miniature painting is by Nicholas Hilliard. The hinged back of the locket is enamelled outside with the Ark of the English Church on a stormy sea and an inscription. Okay, so it is an ark. It's not Noah's, though. It's the Ark of the English Church. So, the translation on the back of the locket, the Sivus Tranquilla per Undus, that I couldn't understand. It means peaceful through fierce waves. And then the He mihi quod tanto virtus perfusa decore non habet eternus inviolata dies. Alas, that so much virtue suffused with beauty should not last forever inviolate. So somebody being sad that age will change everything. So they don't actually know where it's from. But the thing about the Ark of the English Church is an allusion to the Queen's role as defender of the faith. You know, Henry VIII splits from Rome and added to the royal titles of the UK sovereign. They are made head of the English Church, now known as the Anglican Church, and given the title Defender of the Faith. What is rock crystal? So it's naturally occurring. It's a clear quartz, basically, Llama. So quartz is silicon dioxide, so it is the same stuff that glass is made from, but we melt it down to give it this transparency. Rock crystal is naturally occurring quartz with this transparency to it. You can find very large bits of it, but it's fairly unusual to find it. Mary was Catholic and Elizabeth was Protestant. Correct. Absolutely correct. So Henry VIII is the one that splits from the Catholic Church, but Henry is married first to Catherine of Aragon. They are married when Henry is still Catholic. Catherine is also Catholic. Mary is Catherine's daughter. And obviously Henry becomes obsessed with both Anne Boleyn and the fact that he hasn't got a son from Catherine. He seeks also gets obsessed with a passage in the Bible which says something along the lines of, you'll be punished for lying with your brother's wife. Catherine of Aragon first came over to the UK as a bride for Henry's older brother, Arthur, and they are married, but Catherine is only 13 at the time. I think Catherine is only 13 at the time, and I think Arthur is 15 or 16. Anyway, he tragically dies. Arthur tragically dies. And because they want to keep the alliance between England and Spain, Henry then marries Catherine. And there's a lot of discussion. Catherine testifies that the original marriage, it was never consummated. But Henry gets very obsessed with this idea that he has lain with his brother's wife and he has therefore sinned, and that is why God is punishing him for not getting a son. Hi, Dis. So the big split with the Catholic Church happens because the Pope refuses to give him an annulment or a divorce. And so he denounces the Catholic Church, becomes a Protestant, declares his own divorce because he's now head of his own church, seizes a whole load of monastery wealth. You know, it solves a whole load of different things all at the same time. And he marries Anne Boleyn. Anne Boleyn is Protestant. We've moved completely over into the Protestant, and Elizabeth is Anne Boleyn's daughter. Oh, Henry changed a lot of laws to get what he wanted when he wanted it. Absolutely, Dina. Absolutely. He's fascinating and grotesque. But Elizabeth, of course, is fascinating in her own right. She treads a lot of fine lines to get where she's going. These are late Victorian ear ornaments. They're not called earrings, which is interesting. I wonder how they were actually worn, because they look quite heavy. They're obviously not made for piercings. I wonder how they're actually worn. I mean, they look very pretty. When God says you're doing the wrong thing, start a new religion and decide on a new God that does agree with you. I mean, there was more to it than that, but it does boil down to something not dissimilar than that, which is always a bit of a worry. Talking of lapis, though, Llama. This is a 2017 designed brooch or pin, basically. It's a lovely piece of lapis with small gold stars inset, and it's from 2017. You had to write about Elizabeth youthful bust with pearl necklace in year 8 history. Well, the interesting thing about art with Elizabeth at its centre is that Elizabeth was acutely aware of art as PR. She was a very, very astute woman when it came to creating and honing an image, which she had to be. I mean, it was very much a patriarchal world. You know, the whole fuss around her father not having a male heir. He did, of course. He had Edward, who came before Mary and before Elizabeth, but she was very aware that she was trying to operate in a man's world, and on, a basis that people were not necessarily fully on board with being told what to do by a woman. So, she definitely played a very, very dangerous game for many, many years. She was very intelligent, Triple D. I mean, although Henry VIII, wasn't necessarily the best example, he was very intelligent. And I think one of his later wives, and I can't remember which one, but all of the king's children were highly educated. So even though the girls were, considered not to be, they were prepared to be. So the way that politics worked, the queens were expected to be involved in the politics of running countries, even if they were just going to be married off to allies. They were not just decorative pawns. They were expected to pull their own political weight. And that was why they were all highly educated. But she was intelligent in all sorts of ways. I mean, she was a sort of Taylor Swift of her days, if that makes any sense. She took on all sorts of powerful different institutions and came out on top. Of hairpins, dress ornaments. Right, let's go to a different collection, having looked at jewellery. They could basically act as advisors to their husbands. Many of them did. I mean, we're still in an era where the men were expecting to sometimes go off to war, and they were expecting to, leave a lot of the admin to their wives while they were away. Architecture? Let's have a look at the designs of architecture. They've got some amazing things like a whole house front from 1600. Let's have a look at this. So this facade came from a London house. His house was built outside the city walls in Bishopsgate. So this is City of London. And it's all carved up. Look at the carvings. This is from before 1600, very much before 1666. So what happens in 1666 in London is there is a massive fire. And a really massive fire. It burns for about a week and it destroys a lot of the city of London. And after that time, it becomes illegal to build in wood in the city of London. We're actually looking at stuff. You're just on audio. Yes, Diz. So we were talking about art and museum and galleries earlier. And I am showing pictures from the collection of the Victoria and Albert Design Museum in London. And we're in the architecture section right now. There are lots of images in this showing all the carving. There's an area showing how the glass would have been made. So one of the features of glass really comes into its own in the 16th century in the UK, in wealthy houses. And you have these huge windows that, you know, signified your wealth. But what you also have is tiny, tiny panes of glass, because at this time, we haven't got the sheet glass that's manufactured these days. So sheet glass is a relatively new technique. So how they produced window glass in the 16th century is it is blown and spun. So it's blown and it's spun by hand until you get lovely great plates of glass. This is why it's called plate. So your glass is on the pontil and the spun. Basically it's spun like you spin pizza dough to make a really large disc. That's why it's called plate glass. And they cut these small pieces from the outside of the rim, and the bit that was attached to the pontil is what's known as bullseye glass, and that's the cheap bit because that's effectively the waste product. So if you see inns, taverns, pubs from that sort of era, they often use the bullseye glass. It's cheaper for a start. It still ends up, you know, in small panes, like making a mosaic after cutting the glass into pieces. Yeah, so you can see these sort of like lovely little lozenges of glass all leaded into place to give you this lovely intricate design. It's because you can't have these sheets of glass that we have today. But the bullseye glass becomes very popular with the taverns. Not only is it cheap, but it has the advantage of letting light in, but people can't see through. They can't see, you know, the patrons sitting in the establishment. Instead of saying he got slapped on the wrist figuratively, he said slapped in the face. Nice, Dis. Unfortunately, there's not many original windows left in London. So there aren't very many plate glass, you know, proper 16th century, whatever. The fire does away with a lot of stuff. It's rebuilt. It's rebuilt pretty nicely. But most of it is blown to pieces during the Second World War, during the Blitz bombings. You'll find some out of cities in rural areas. But yeah, I can't recommend this website anymore, I don't think. Oh, yeah, I mean, one directional 3 see-through glass. These are all modern things, Dis. I'm talking about the 16th century. We're talking about in the 1500s. So, I can highly recommend the Victoria and Albert Raphael cartoons. So, these are designs for tapestry. So, cartoon in the original sense is not the animated thing we think of these days, but cartoon in its Renaissance form, Raphael, is designs for tapestries, designs for wall friezes, all that sort of thing. What's the website that I'm on? This is the Victoria and Albert Museum. So let me give you the actual website in the chat. But should you ever get across to London, I can highly recommend the Victoria and Albert Museum. You feel terrible that you recognise some of these from memes. It's fine. But yeah, cartoon at this stage means design. And these are amazing. They don't look as... these are actually huge. So does it say how sizable they actually are? These are designs for tapestries for the Sistine Chapel. So, you know, that gives you some idea. It doesn't say exactly how big they are. They are going to be huge. These are like probably about 10 feet tall, probably about 14, 15 feet wide, these designs. So the way that they were used is they were actually hung on a frame in front of the tapestry makers, and the tapestry makers would actually weave in front of them to reproduce the details. The thighs on that cherub. You know, being chunky then was a sign of wealth. Being well nourished, very fashionable. But yeah, and the calves. Have you seen the size of the calves? Not just the thighs, but look at the size of the calves on the cherub. But these are very much, I mean, he's had enough, hasn't he? He's not a happy man, that one. But even the sort of carving and whatever, this is just a design, but you can see how masterful Raphael was as a painter. They've got many of them too, and they have their own gallery. I don't know whether you can see this small picture down here, but you can see how huge they are up on the walls there. The cartoons. Okay, bye, Dis. Yeah, if you ever get a chance to visit, I love the China section. There's all sorts going on in there. There's lots of... So all of this area, there's sort of the design of furniture, of carpets, of wall hangings, of art. And they're all hung together, and it's like madness, and I love it so much. Medieval and Renaissance has got lots of sculpture in it. These are the cast courts. These are the areas I was talking about that are actually full of plaster casts of sculpture from all around the world to make them accessible for people to see. But yeah, so these are all designs for tapestries. And as I said, they would have been sent to the weaver. These never were, because the tapestries were never actually made. But they would have been sent to the weaver, and the weavers would have put in all of the stitches to reproduce these amazing drawings. Look, there's beads around the cattle's head. Can you see that? The cow's got a lovely beaded headband on. I presume the cow's there as a sacrifice of some description. Not sure what's going on over here. This chap here's got a sheep or a goat. This child here's playing two pipes. There's another cow over here that they've got hold of, which has also got jewellery on. What's this one called? The Sacrifice at Lystra. So yeah, they are sacrificial animals. It looks like somebody's got a crutch there that's fallen on the floor. It looks a bit chaotic, whatever's going on here. So they were commissioned from Raphael by Pope Leo X for tapestries intended to hang in the Sistine Chapel. The decoration of the chapel under Sixtus addressed the lives of Moses and Christ. After witnessing the miraculous healing of a man, the inhabitants of Lystra mistake Paul and Barnabas for the local gods Jupiter and Mercury. They prepare to offer a sacrifice to them. Paul tears his clothes in dismay, while Barnabas tries to stop the sacrifice, admonishing the Lystrians for their idolatry. Okay, it's not a biblical story I know. Sacrifices. You do sacrifices particularly well, Dan. I have sacrificed Dan more than once. Right, we've stayed far too long on this. So I'm going to take us to the Natural History Museum at Utah that I went to. Let's see how they do in showing you the their collections. Explore our collections below. Explore the digital collections. So we can look at worms, that's what annelids are. Anthropology, things to do with people. Entomology, things to do with insects. Herbarium. Malacology. I do not remember what malacology stands for. Mycology is fungi. Vertebrates. We haven't got paleontology, unfortunately. Which would you like to go to? You wanted the Museum of Bad Art in Massachusetts. You heard Herb, you want to go and search the herbarium? Intermountain biota. So this is natural history of Utah. Oh gosh. So specimens. I don't. Should we just select one? This is not going to be the easiest to look at, I don't think. I think we're just supposed to search, and I'm not quite sure how to search. I think you're supposed to know exactly what you want to find rather than being able to browse through it, which is a bit unfortunate. Let me have a think. Let's look for ivies. See whether they've got any. They have. Unfortunately, I think it's rather than actually showing us pictures, it's just going to tell you what it's got. Interesting though, because Heterocypria, which is a type of ivy, the locality United States, Wales, collected from plants collected at Nest Botanic Gardens, Wales. Where's Wales in the US? I'm very confused. The Charles Mora Herbarium Collection. Oh, we've got some pictures now, though. Little pictures. We've ended up at Colorado State University. So I'm very confused. Very confused indeed. It's more of a... it's more of a scientific portal. So accessed by researchers and science enthusiasts. The herbarium's not going to give us nice pictures of specimens. Llama. I wish it were, but no. Yeah. This is all a way to get to scientific research rather than the lovely way of showing stuff that let's have a look at visit exhibitions and see whether we've got some pictures here. Let's look at the past worlds. There we go. It's nice dinosaur pictures. There's lots and lots of articles here, but not the same way that we could just go and have a look at the specimens. I will say the wall of skulls, which you can just see in the background of this picture here, was amazing. What even grows in Utah? Actually, some really, really pretty stuff, Llama. So I was more in Idaho, but when I was in Idaho, the flowers there were beautiful sort of sunflowers and sagebrush. So sagebrush is the sort of natural landscape. Kitty, yeah, it's Mandalay. She's come to say hello. She insinuates herself into my arms without me even realising. Before I know it, I'm holding a cat and petting. And I hadn't even registered I was holding a cat and petting until you said kitty. What is it all like? Her eyes are so pretty, such a sweet girl. She really isn't. She's a small furry demon, Curls. She looks sweet. She looks cute. She is a small furry demon. She's taken to pooing at the bottom of the stairs that we come down from the bedroom. So first thing in the morning, you have to be really careful, just in case she's left you a bomb at the bottom of the stairs. So that's not something you want to be treading in with your bare feet. Right next to the litter tray. That's the annoying thing. She stands in the litter tray as she poos over the edge. What are you like, cat? You are a small furry demon, aren't you? Your cuddly girl is a baby. This one has her moments. She does like a good snuggle on her own terms. The void has eyes. Yes, a little bit. She's happy at the moment because being cuddled. Your cat's done that a few times, but not on purpose. She's a nightmare. She is a nightmare. I mean, I love her, but it doesn't mean you're not a nightmare, does it? Looks like the Utah Museum is much bigger on having its own sort of YouTube stuff, which is a different way of displaying, and I thoroughly appreciate. They are still at least sharing with the public. So I think the YouTube articles from them would be really quite fun. It's a shame that this isn't, you know, what we could see in there. Let me go back again. And back again. So let's have a look at their Climate of Hope. This looks more plant inspired. There we are. You can see some of the things that grow there. These are the aspen forests, obviously. Showing a lecture that they're having. So that's just a climate change exhibition. There isn't a YouTube for that one, unfortunately. Our backyard. Oh, that's a children's exhibit. Oh, Pokey's the same. Pokey looks cute, but poos at the bottom of the stairs. I can assure you he doesn't, Cade. Oh, online exhibition of Navajo baskets. Let's have a look. Can we get to the... Oh, here we go. Oh, this is nice.
The contemporary Navajo basketry movement is relatively small, centered in Monument Valley, Utah, and Arizona, but primarily in Utah. Over the past 30 years, There's just been an absolute explosion or revolution of creativity that has resulted in amazing basketry. It has allowed the Navajo weavers of the area to liberate themselves and just be creative.
Before that, I wasn't around. I was in college over at SUU. I come back in 1992 and I come back here to Douglas Mesa, and this trading post, Twin Rocks Trading Post, was brand new. My mother always did basket weaving, and during my breaks and stuff, I always did traditional basket, and then I just like make a whole bunch and I sell them, and then with the money that I make, I buy books and stuff and maybe groceries here and there. My mom, she was doing a design, so she told me that this is a new thing, everybody's doing it, and then I thought, why don't I do it? I already know how to weave.
If you go back to the early days of the movement, many of the Navajo basket weavers were recreating designs from other cultures of the Southwest. And it then gravitated into doing baskets that told the stories of the Navajo people. But there were also really amazing geometric designs, black and white designs, and it just covers such a broad spectrum.
They
I always
are
think of it as a
absolutely
confluence because
gorgeous.
There were so many influences involved.
A lot of times you see these colors, they appear out of nowhere. Like for instance, yesterday I was outside I was looking around.
I mean, what
and the
inspiring
shadows was
landscape that actually
going
is.
through.
Monument
And I
Valley
saw
is
pink, and I saw gray, and then I
extraordinary.
see the purple, and they disappear. And I try to incorporate that into my baskets.
I think the contemporary baskets and the baskets that are in the museum's collection are really a window into Navajo culture, a window into how they evolve very quickly, a window into their creativity and how it develops if given the opportunity, and also a window into some of the extremely important stories of the Navajo people.
Many people don't often understand the role of a museum, and they often think that we are time capsules. But what we really are is trying to preserve Native cultures, but also to capture how they grow. And how they
I mean, this
change
is very
and what
analogous
makes
to
them
the
grow and what makes them
Victoria and
change.
Albert.
It's important.
They're
for everyone to
capturing
know that,
design as
like
it's
all cultures,
evolving.
Native American cultures and the Navajo culture is changing and evolving, and also trying to preserve their own culture in many different ways. And it's important.
I mean,
that
it's a
we
traditional
document that
art
story all
form.
along as it goes.
That's
Weaving came
growing
into our
on
family
the same as
by
any
my
traditional art form
Great-great-grandmother,
grows.
her name was Ida Laughter Big Man. I just learned her maiden name recently. I was doing some research on her. And then she passed it on to my grandmother, who is Grace Rock. And she taught my mother, Betty Rock Johnson, and she taught me when I was 8 years old.
Most of the time, we don't have the names and the faces behind the objects. They're gone. A lot of the times, this also means we don't know much about who the women were that were making baskets, and men, but mostly women who were making baskets in Native
They're
American
like
cultures in
ants
this
in
area.
a
So this
What do we
time,
think that is in the
have
center?
opportunity to really see the faces, and
turtle
understand the
or
lives, and understand
tortoise
the motives
or
and the creative urges, and
frog?
the individual
know.
artistic expression of each one of these women and men who made these Navajo baskets.
Those baskets up there, they're going to be up there for a long time. Maybe in 50 years, I won't be around, but they'll be there for people just to enjoy it. I just keep thinking about my grandparents, how they passed all the art down to me, how much I wish they could have that honor, that the one that I'm receiving today. I'm sure they'd be proud if they had that recognition. I always carry that in my heart, I always think about my grandparents and stuff. So
It was one of the things that struck me when I
We
was in
can't fit all of
Alaska.
the baskets that
You
we
know,
have
there
in
were a
the
lot
collection on
of
exhibit. This is a
First
great opportunity
Nation
for you to
bits
view
of art.
online, the baskets close up, to observe
and
the care,
I
range,
like
and
to see
construction,
First Nation
to
art
enjoy the colors and
continuing
vivid
like it
designs
does
and
here.
creativity
That's a
of the artists,
glorious
and also to
one.
learn the stories behind the artists themselves, who they are, see their faces, and understand this collection a little better.
first of all, I hope they enjoy it. I had such a fun time designing those baskets. The Dawn the Dust series, that's just my imagination of how the sun rises and how it sets. I hope people later on can see that in their lifetime. I hope they enjoy it and then be inspired by it. Look around, don't sit inside, go out and look around. That's just the way I feel about those colors. There's nature out there that you can look around. They're there.
Yeah, we can't change the history, but we can learn from it. I hope people enjoyed that. I thought that was amazing. Obviously, past exhibitions, looks like the Tutankhamun exhibition visited at some point. But yeah, that was something very, very different, talking about art and design and museums and galleries. And yeah, I really, really enjoyed doing that with you. I hope that was something people enjoyed themselves. So unfortunately, it's time for me to end my stream, but it was something that felt really fun as a community. And I'm glad that other people also enjoyed those sort of things. So I'm going to finish my my stream now. I'm not sure how many other streamers would do this sort of thing, but I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to share my passion for art and design and history and all that sort of thing. I enjoyed being able to do that with you. So, and I hope it inspires some of you to just do that thing. Go out, go to local art exhibitions, go to local museums, go to local historic sites, go to areas of culture and support them, because that's the best way for them to be preserved for the future and to flourish in the future as well. But yeah, I really appreciate you all for joining me on that. Thank you so much for the those of you who chatted. Thank you to those of you who lurked. Thank you so much to new followers. Thank you for a 4-hour Witteridge stream. Yes, all of the wittering from the Doris. Thank you for the resubs. It's all very much appreciated. I'm going to take you to Pat, who's playing Supermarket Simulator. Somebody said I should jump on that bandwagon. Maybe I will in the future. But Pat's playing some Supermarket Simulator, so I can have a look at it. I will be back tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. At the moment, I'm all over the place, and every stream, we're doing what I feel like. So I hope people don't mind that too much. Again, thank you all for being with me. I hope to see you again soon. As always, be kind, be awesome.